and infectious diseases also cause malnutrition, resulting in vicious cycle of morbidity and mortality. So we all know how important it is. The micronutrients, specifically the micronutrients like vitamin A, vitamin D, B6, B12, C, and zinc, which can contribute to reduce infection. Uh, so I must thank CSR Leadership Group uh, in choosing this topic in this important time. And nutrition is sometimes invisible, but you have made it visible. So thank you so much. So let me introduce our eminent panel members. Let me introduce Ravi Bhatnagarji. He is the Director External Affairs and Partnerships Asia, Middle East and South Africa of RB Reckitt Benckiser. I think Ravi does not need any introduction. I have found him quite visionary and a purpose-driven leader who is transforming India's nutrition landscape. His leadership in interlinking of the issues of health, hygiene, and nutrition can be seen from close quarters. Being an integral part of conveying Reckitt Benckiser's mission of purpose-led business, Ravi Bhatnagarji has used his communication skill to reach out to the target benefactors of the programs. And Ravi will share an exemplar model from India, which is very important. Our second panel member is Mrs. Betsy Vincent. She is the group lead, sustainability and CSR of Future Group. And you will be happy to know that how Future Group has also transformed food security issues, nutrition security issues, and addressed hunger. And it is also Make in India. It fits to Make in India, her group. She is an international resource for fair trade and shop for change, but she has very actively involved in advocacy and deployment of fair trade practices in various sectors of economic activity. She has also initiated climate-friendly programs in rural communities in India and a few South African and Tanzania. My third panel member is having a very prolific background, Kajal Devnathji. He is the Chief Regulatory Officer, DFM Food Limited, and I have found him quite an important champion of food safety and food quality. A postgraduate from CFTRI, TR, Kajalji is having 26 years of working experience in industry. He is a lead member in Fasai Eat Right school initiative, and Kajalji will highlight about double burden on malnutrition, specifically on obesity, overweight, and how to address all pervasive food unsafe issues. Then I'll come to Ankita ji. Ankita Marwa is Associate Director Nutrition Science. Ankita ji is the Head Nutrition Science India and Middle East in her current role. Ankita ji is responsible for leading PepsiCo's agenda on nutrition, health, and wellness, driving research, advocacy, and awareness program in India and Middle East. She comes with a very prolific background. She has been involved in clinical research in the area of diabetes and cholesterol management and has both national and international published papers. So we have with us panel members who bring the knowledge from the ground, who bring the stories not only from India, from many continents of the world. And our session is very strategically designed. We will speak about India's Poshana Abhijan. Ankita ji will speak. We'll speak about our stories from the ground, how certain evidence-based models which are scalable, replicable across the world, not only in India. So I would request now Ankita Madam to start her session. She will speak about Poshana Abhijan, Prime Minister's scheme for holistic nourishment. You know that Poshana Abhijan signals a new era in nutrition history, shaped by the determination of Honorable Prime Minister. Poshana Abhijan is transforming not only India's agenda, but also world's agenda, because India is home to 1/3 of the stunted children. India has highest wasted children. So it has many strategic and practical importance. Over to Ankita ji.
Thank you so much. And it's a delight to be on the panel where you are the chair. And before I start, I'd like to thank India CSR and Apresh for having me today. And what we are discussing today on nutrition, I think each and every aspect of it has a lot of meaning, not just today, I think for future generation as well. And specifically this Poshan Abhiyan, when we look at it, it is talking about improving the nutrition status of women, adolescent girls, and children between the age of 0 to 6 years. Now, I'll just share a bit about our experience. We were doing a project with our partner Smile Foundation in Banaskantha, and we were trying to improve the iron nutritional status, specifically with the outcome of improving the iron status. And what we found is that out of the 1,000 adolescent girls, there were 78% of them who were anemic. At the baseline, that was the data which we had. And again, out of those, almost 85% of the respondents had no idea what iron deficiency anemia was. And also, they had no idea about these iron folic acid tablets or what needs to be done from a nutrition standpoint. So it really highlights that despite of the fact that there are so many schemes which had been running for so long, but really we needed a Jan Andolan. And what this new aspect which we are really looking at from Poshan Abhiyan is that how do we make nutrition a movement in the country? So I would say that this particular aspect of making it a Jan Andolan is a really differentiated aspect from whatever has happened historically. And that is something which would really probably bring that self awareness and that reliance aspect as well. Also, the target is very, very ambitious. When we look at the second aspect of it, in terms of the improving the growth factors, again the stunting and the wasting, and again saying that in 3 years we will bring a significant, remarkable change from 38.4% stunting today and reducing it to 25% by 2022. I would say that you can only achieve a significant difference if you have ambitious targets, and if you keep making targets which are really not strong enough, you will really not make a dent. So this ambitious target, along with taking advantage of technology and not operating still with a primitive mindset of just doing what we have been doing, is another very unique aspect of Poshan Abhiyan. So how today through technology, the Anganwadi, the Asha workers are getting connected, and at an individual level where the issue arises, where you are identifying that the child is having the issue, the growth is challenged, and the women is challenged, immediately, all the data points are coming. So I would say this is again a very, very big step. Also, with Jan Andolan and this information, coming up with campaigns and these aspects of Poshan Abhiyan, leading into events like, during the entire September month, we are now saying that the Nutrition Month will be celebrated in the country. Probably that we were aware of as a country, new emergence of new days, Father's Day, Mother's Day, but on the whole month and, across socioeconomic segments, we realizing the importance of nutrition. It's not just one particular set of countries celebrating it, but the entire country really joining hands and talking about nutrition. I think that's again a big step. So these are the few things which I feel are really, really very differentiated: technology, and also making it a movement where the self-reliance starts coming in. So
Thank you so much, Ankita ji. Although I'll come to you again, but my next question is, you know that there, the NFHS 5 data shows some grim picture in many ways on nutrition front. Uh, Out of 22 states and union territories where this NFHS 5 has come, the survey finding has come, the first part. Uh, there are many states stunting has grown, wasting has grown, anemia has grown. So what is your perspective or views on that?
So I would say that given the economic status and also now with COVID, it becomes equally important that we come up with affordable solutions. We have been talking about providing, still we are a lot on the supplementation phase. I would say that, giving supplementers or just fortifying becomes a very, very simple solution. But making that everyday food so nutritious and removing the nutrition inequality which exists in the home today, again I would say that those taboos and women not having the same kind of nutrition which a man is having in the household still exist, whether you talk about a small village or a top town. Probably women would eat last, or they will give all the nutritious food for the to the family and not really value themselves. So till the time we really don't bring this nutrition inequality aspect, gender driven nutrition inequality aspect really to the mind and focus of people, this issue will remain. But again, incentives on coming with affordable solutions, agriculture, what we produce is what we will eat, and hence coming, how can we really come up with the really linked programs between both talking schemes across agriculture and across nutrition, across other domains, speaking to each other would be very important for NFHS. And I'll give you a simple example. We had we within our organization during the time of COVID, again with Smile Foundation, we had this Give Meals, Give Hope. The program was so powerful that as PepsiCo, if only the corporate would have gone and provided meals, there would have been only X amount of meals which the corporate could have provided, because
Right.
it also came to the employees. Almost 10 million meals were provided, and out of those 10 million meals, 3 million meals came from employees. So making every individual and every stakeholder in the ecosystem a partner to this journey would further facilitate, I think,
Oh,
improving.
very, very good, important point. You spoke about target-driven Poshan Abhijan. You spoke about Jan Andolan and how everybody can be part of that. Uh, and Jan Andolan is also a vision of Honorable Prime Minister, and he wants that nutrition to be part of household name. So I would request my next panel member, uh, Devnath ji, to speak about India's double burden, and specifically how, as per comprehensive national nutrition survey, there is a higher incidence of pre-diabetic condition among the children. And not only that, NFHS 5 also has highlighted increasing trend in obesity and overweight. Uh, and Devnath ji also is a very important man who has demonstrated his skill on food safety issues and how to manage all pervasive food adulteration in India. Over to Devnath ji.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all panel members, all the viewers listening. Uh, I also thank India CSR to take these important issues of nutrition, which is very important. When you talk about India to grow and drive this Atmanirbhar Bharat, this the people power is very important. The next generation, the young generation who is to take this country towards this self-reliant Bharat, it's very important that the nutrition plays a big critical role in this. So in this context, having discussion on this, I think I also a privileged to be part of this Dr. Basant as a chair. This is my next second program, I think, with you. Yeah, yeah. So one thing, Dr. Saab, this something which comes to my mind always, like in the global picture, we are always been said that we are a poor country. Poverty has been there. People don't have, a purchasing power to really, have. At the same time, we have another country's view, whether it's a global report, WHO report, our CNNS report, and many other kind of, research scientists also have done surveys. And it has been found that something like this obesity has been observed which was not the case in earlier times, where those sedentary lifestyle was not there, when then this mall culture was not there, when this energy dense food having less of fibers and less of those nutritious products, ingredients of Indian agroclimatic origin has been missing, and this has slowly has been coming. Instead of there has been refined flour has been consumed instead of having the having fiber flour. So those has resulted. So uh, globally, more than 1.9 billion, they say, adults are overweight, and something like I think like 600, 650 billion are obese, and something like India also, we are very big contributor is coming. So this is very, very contrasting that like 130 millions something like are affected. And it is also been said that something like we are would be next to China in terms of rounding of like 27 millions obese children by 2030. It means when we are talking in 2021 and 2030, somebody is saying, so some data will be there. And similarly, the government to understand this had conducted, comprehensive national nutrition survey, particularly to understand from 0 to 19 what is the case going on. So the prevalence of overweight, obesity, everything were something like 4%, 1% respectively for in children for 5 to 9 years. So and also in adolescent, it is being said that the overweight and obesity is 5 to 1%. And similarly, we have a data that double burden coexist, and then despite the standard children, it has been found that some 6%, 3%, and the various kind of ages, still there is some kind of obesity has been observed. So it means that right nutrition has not been there. Like if a children is under, having under nutrition, must be munching over or something like that, which is very an unhealthy diet, which must have caused this. So this is, although as of now, there has been no, even in Poshan Abhiyan also, that there has been no such, any kind of policy framework has been formed to do that, being inside. But from FSSAI side, there has been a lot of initiative has been taken care of. Uh, but one thing for sure that this childhood obesity, main problem is as we are talking about modern India. So modern India means it does not mean that we should not grow. We should grow, but what I would urge those kind of the fast foods and the malls, which whatever sedentary lifestyle comes, there should be some kind of balance, like yoga, something like physical activity, which has been driven into schools. Similarly, why can't these fast food outlets infuse various kind of various leafy vegetables, good nutritions, nuts, all that which are required, which have been lacking, rather than just making it, which will cause to unhealthy diets. So that has to be taken. I mean, recently, 2020, we had the recent RD has also been announced from ICMR. Now, one of the thing also comes to my mind that protein. Protein is something which has been a protein energy malnutrition has been there. So you cannot replicate one requirement of body with another nutrient, and such of kind of misinformation of understanding for the consumer has led to this problem, or it is going to be there, something like that. So what we can do, I only see that nutrition only goes when from childhoods we have been taught that you eat this, you drink this, and then these are the good habits which many of us we are carrying, but we also got tainted by this modern outlook or mall culture. But the kids, they're fresh. So once you give them a good knowledge of making them aware, that enable them to choose what is right, and that would be something like will transform, because this grassroots level, this initiative has been there in a bits or pieces with some state government, some central government initiative, but requirement is been there to have a all India basis some kind of, a kind of movement to require. So it cannot go for undernutrition, one movement, overnutrition, one movement, food fortification, another movement, biofortification. So I think there is a time has come that we should club together, make a India very comprehensive nutrition policy, and put all these things. One of the thing apart from that is the physical inactivity. The schools, I don't know, somehow other way, now schools are shut also. COVID also has been putting a lot of stress on us. Of late, 2018 onwards, FSSI has launched this Eat Right India initiative. So for Eat Right India initiative, what a consumer has to be, made aware. So what we, and that has been divided into saying that some are Eat Right School, Eat Right Campus for corporates, something like a safe and nutritious food initiative for workplace. So likewise, there has been there. So Eat Right School initiative, Eat Right Campus, these are the two programs has been really took up. Many corporate has come forward. From DFM, we have undertaken Delhi NCR schools. This year we have taken lesser school, around something like 100 schools. But at the same time, we thought that let us also not leave alone. So more than 10 villages in 3-4 cities of North India we undertaken, and we would like to transform the changes in like the target population with 50,000 children and 5 lakh of population over 3 years time. So these are the community nutrition. What we will be doing, we will be having line listing of the families and identify the targets, and then do have intervention will be what, connecting that, oh, Anganwadi is that side, so you have a deeds efficiency. So the whoever will be the health worker with whom we are conducting, they will be having those group kind of discussions, understanding, giving inputs, make them self-sustainable. So if he has got 100 rupees, how to spend that 100 rupees, that is very important. Instead of that 100 rupees has been taken for something like which has to be eaten very occasionally, products which are high energy dense, rather than spend it in such a way that whole family also will be there. Dal is something like proteins which is important, but many villages, they might not be able to afford, but they thought that it is better to fill the stomach to have a bulky products, which may not be right also for this nutrition perspective. So likewise, those kind of things, those kind of awareness, as Ankita said, Jan Andolan type is also required for even to now at least obesity we are having it is very less. The number is quite low in a children's, which we can really curb that. And in that direction, I think FSSAI has done a good job. They've came out safe and balanced diet for school children to enable to understand. There will be some restriction on certain products. Some products have to be occasionally taken. And these over a period of time, these will have some cascading effect on the school children. School children will come and tell to parents and other family members. So it will have a, by that time, there should be another programs to connect those citizens also. Apart from that, there is a role which is to be discussed. I would say that not to say that entire packaged food is something bad. You have to see holistically how FSSAI industry and other stakeholders put together, come out with a long-term vision with a gradual reduction of what you call sugar, salt, and fat, rather than going for a drastic change of which we are having some energy dense food, and we are asking them to say the kids will take chocolates, they will enjoy Coca-Cola beverages and all that thing. But how to ensure that you take your serve size, how to make them enable, and those are the various kind of things. Can you gradually reduce it so that it becomes a win-win situation? Till such time, voluntarily, many corporates have started doing a GDA labeling, which is something like a you give a monochrome front of pack labeling, where how much of pack gives how much of energy, how much of sodium, how much of saturated fat, and all these informations. Backup panel also there. So these are the various things which is there. But this is something like what we are missing in our country is we do not have anything national dietary survey. Every 100 kilometers you find that diet has changed. Like language, your diets also change. So this is important that we need to have the complete dietary survey, that what everybody from morning to till they go bed, what are the things they eat, and how what they are doing wrong and what is there. Some time back it has been found, some studies, that salt consumption through the processed food is not much, but people take from the top of it because of spicy tangy taste which Indians has developed. So salt consumption is more, and that is something alarming. So these are the things are in the radar. It has not yet settled. The discussion is there, but it is a pertinent thing that we should discuss and should be a part of while we are talking about self-reliant India.
Thank you so much, Demnathji. I think Rusenji is taking note, Apresji also taking note. Your recommendation about the National Dietary Survey is very, very important. We should take it up. You spoke about addressing the food diluted food system and make the food system right, specifically about salt, sugar, and fat. And most recently, FASI also issued a notification to reduce trans fat to 2% by 2022. Uh, my very briefly, can you highlight about how trans fat is very dangerous, also along with the fat, because people should know it.
Yeah. So trans fat is a industrial fat. What happens? There is a cis form and there's a trans form. So the whole fat is triglyceride with having some fatty acids. Now what you do, you have got saturated fatty acid, which has got no, it is a complete, there is no double bond. This is simple. It is remain solids like coconut oil and various kind of, other, palm oil and all. There will be saturated fat is there. So there you find that it solidifies faster and those oils. But unsaturated oils like monounsaturated oil like olive oil, they are very good. I mean, it has got a good quantity. And then there are peanut oil, there are rice bran oil, a lot of unsaturated parts are there, which is good for our health. And similarly, but now the problem is that processed food also requires some shelf life of the products. Like today you make a product and your product has to go to Ladakh or it has to go to, Andaman Nicobar. So sitting at Delhi, you make a product and it has to transport, it has to go through the distribution, reach to consumer. It needs a shelf life, and then you spend on packaging also. But intrinsic characteristic of the products where oxidation, one thing which takes place. So oxidation generation to reduce, it has been found that saturated fat, it goes lesser, and unsaturated fat, it is higher. Now science has found that when you have a unsaturated fat by hydrogenation process, you remove the unsaturation, make it saturated, then this way hydrogenated fat has been generated. But in the process with a nickel catalyst, if you make this hydrogenated fat, there is a trans fat generation. Now this trans fat, which is very detrimental. Now trans fat is also present in our milk, in our meat, but it is a very naturally occurring trans fat. And there has been no kind of adverse effect has been so far reported. But industrially trans fat, which we call it TFA, that has been something which is not required. In general, also Vanaspati, which is hydrogenated fat, is a national waste in terms of energy. What you do, the process, just I'll take 10 seconds to say, you take a oil, you make a hydrogenation, and then you make it like a ghee, which you solidified. You bring it at home, you take it 1 spoon, put it in a kadai, again becomes oil. So why you are wasting so much of energy to put it in a cold room, make it like a ghee, and then it is unhealthy also. So this is something like in earlier time, British time, it's in like earlier countries, it has been found in one of the processes, but it is now found that no, we have a indigenous oil, we have got natural oil, and then this is way. So this something like FSSI has discussed with the stakeholder. This has been discussion has been going on for a long time, and many companies has removed. Now all many new bakery shortening has come. which is less of trans fat. It has been possible. And with this, unless you put a targets, there are some roadside, lot of, we have got a lot of jalebis and all that stuff, which they say desi ghee, but it's basically a trans fat. This has been tested and
Yes,
sample has been drawn. So the target is kept that let us have 2% by 2022. And in this direction, this is another initiative from FSSAI,
okay.
which is we think will in a larger way will stop these CBDs and other NCDs thing, and a kind of initiative. I think this is going to go a long way. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Before I go to Betsy, madam, I would request the participant to raise questions. Please type the questions and mention to whom you are referring. I would encourage all the participants to engage in question answer. We have a session on question answer. Now, I will request Betsy, madam, to speak about revitalizing local food system to address hunger and malnutrition. You know that during this pandemic, there is incidence of higher incidence of hunger. There are reported cases of malnutrition. But here is a group in India who could strengthen the food and nutrition value chain during this pandemic, and has been quite, which has been quite challenging, and they have addressed it successfully. I request Betsy Vincent to share your experience on this. And you have also been successful make nutritional based food baskets. And you have also demonstrated community actions to address hunger, malnutrition, and disease with most marginalized. So people would like to know how you have been able to do it along with strengthening your food and nutrition value chain. Over to Betsy Vincent. Hello.
Yes. Pasanji, I want to say thank you. And I would like to also thank India CSR and Aparish for having me on this panel and giving this opportunity for us to also showcase our contribution in this direction. And to begin with, I kind of want to, that note that you shared to all of us on the Global Nutrition Report 2020. And, that first line there, which said that nutrition is an essential defense strategy to protect population against pandemics. And what you mentioned also in your foreword, you said that, it is basically the essential PPE, And from that perspective is where I'd like to kind of talk about the work we've done with farmers, also about what we do in our retail end, as well as the work we've done in communities. And as you're aware, the Future Group has got presence across manufacturing, that is food manufacturing, food production. We also retail a lot of products through our big bazaars, Easy Day, Food Hall, which is our retail chains. And of course, we have the fashion part of it. We also have a logistics company called Future Supply Chain. Now, I've realized that increasing food consumption, increasing population is putting a great stress on the food production systems in the country. At the same time, there is a lot of discussion and a lot of debate around what comes first, because everything needs to be ramped up, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is linkages, market linkages for small farmers, especially organizing of small farmers into food producer organizations to be able to access and have better leverage in markets today and help a number of farmers to come out of poverty. And at the same time, we are saying, how do we reduce input costs on farming? How do we increase technology, on-farm technologies? And importantly, how do we have more efficient methods to basically bring to harvesting, to packing, to transportation? Because all this really combined helps to kind of increase, food security. And why? Because a large amount of produce is lost because of the inability of such infrastructure. And this is where we basically did one pilot, and we've continued to demonstrate in the area of Tumkur, where we have our food park, and we as the Future Consumer Limited partnered with Food Tech India, which is basically a public-private partnership along with the Kingdom of Netherlands. And we had Dutch, agro-food companies, institutes, both Indian and Dutch. We had logistics companies. We basically partnered together to set up a poly house in our food park in Tumkur, and demonstrated closed cultivation practices and hydroponic methods of farming and cultivation. And we did a lot of demonstration pilots similar to this. And we helped farmers in and around the area of Tumkur, which is largely rain-fed. And because it is rain-fed, there can be a number of times that there is crop failure because of rain. And they also have very specific foods that they cultivate, like ragi, which grows well in kind of more when there is less rainfall. And here we kind of, showed farmers how to, through sustainable farming practices, through closed cultivation techniques, to basically introduce a lot of horticultural foods as well, along with their traditional crops. And this is one way where we've demonstrated for farmers and brought about a training and capacity building. Similarly, we also kind of look at sourcing a lot of organic produce. And in that sense, we also work with almost another 15 to 20 large farmer producer companies across the country. And here, especially with small and disadvantaged farmers, our procurement teams, quality teams also work with them to basically introduce to them, more sustainable farming, introducing intercropping, watershed kinds of practices like bunding and things like that, so that they are able to, kind of improve their cultivation, increase the amount of products, and possibly sometimes introduce fresh fruits, vegetables in their farming, land, so that they're also able to access this, improve quality of soil, improve nutrient to soil, and have better output. And this is the ways we work across the country. We also introduced Agribid, which is is basically a SaaS application, which allows farmers to access potential buyers, access logistics companies, know about the weather practices and things like that, which has also helped ease farmer comfort when it comes to creating market linkages. We believe that these kind of efforts, as we also scale up and grow, will help increase, reduce farmer dependency, and also kind of improve food security in these communities. Coming to your second question, which is what kind of, therefore, nutritional food baskets. So that was what I talked about was more the manufacturing, the production end. And, we also kind of look at the retail end, what we offer our customers. And of course, everything is demand-led, and also depends on the organizations pushing this kind of products into the markets. And in that sense, we have also kind of introduced, Kajalji said very rightly that we've lost over the years our indigenous knowledge, basically on variants of attas, variants of flours, which actually have, dietary fiber, which has, calcium possibly, it has increased protein. And that's really, we've kind of introduced about 50 variants of flour, right? Including things like beetroot flours, spinach flour, and multi-grain atta, which is of course available with other brands as well. And what we hope to achieve through this is to basically reintroduce into diets based across the country. So, we basically have sourcing patterns. We have recipes specifically for specific markets. And we've introduced these variants, which really help customers to make give customers a choice to reintroduce these kind of flours and variants of foods into their, plates. We also kind of have an entire range of products which are of course nuts, berries, and things like that, which of course is increased again in dietary fiber. Provides better antioxidant, iron, and helps introduce nutritional qualities in food. We are taking again a page out of what Kajal talked about, low fats, low trans fat, and low unsaturated fats. And we also have a brand called Sensible Portions, which basically is our brand, which basically, we have it in single serves so that people don't really consume more unnecessarily, especially for processed foods. These are basically chips which have, a lesser amount of fat, lower amounts of unsaturated fats. And so we also kind of use rice bran oil. We ensure that this is vegan. So, we have like this, a very strong food basket. But of course, we have that part which is also fortification, where there are oil, attas, fortified with vitamins A, D. And so we aim, therefore, to increase this availability through our stores into markets, or through other retailers into markets. So these are two things we do at that end. Now coming down to communities. At the community end, we basically, in a nice program, we kind of we looked at Adivasa Pada, which is in the Badwad village of Bhiwandi in Bombay, in Thane district. And what we basically did was look at nutrition, not just from the nutrition perspective, but also from the burden of disease. And we said, can we help two parts of it? One is, of course, through Swasthya Suposhan Ranjan Kendra, kind of increase and improve nutritional status of almost 80 to 90 children who were based there. Because we looked at 200 households as the initial target, imparting scientific knowledge to our target group, which was largely lactating mothers, pregnant women, and adolescent girls, and also enabling the community to undertake a self-assessment and planning. And it is through this kind of a combined effort where we basically not only worked with our not-for-profit partner, which is All India Institute of Local Self-Governance, who were a great partner to basically work with. And we did it in two ways. We basically looked at a program which said Karke Dikhao Swachhata Abhiyan. And we basically trained school children, families, on a household basis to improve hand washing techniques, helping them to access clean drinking water by showing them methods to actually reduce the amount of TDS in water. And, so we've done a large amount of work around this. And at last count, from the grade 2 level of malnutrition, we were able to move almost 37 children up to grade 1 levels through, through kitchen gardens, through improved recipes, including a recipe booklet, rallies, and street plays, puppet shows. So we did a combined effort to be able to improve and disseminate this information and provide this to those communities.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam. I think it is a great model. And in India, you know that dietary diversity is a big issue, big challenge. Children between 6 to 24 months, 90% children do not get adequate nutrition diet. And not only that, agri-nutrition is also another area. So you have shown a multiple models which nutrition sector will benefit. Yes. Thank you so much. I think there is a popular demand for Robiji. You know that he is going to share very important topic because during this pandemic, children and women are hardest hit. And as per one survey, almost more than 9 million children fall under severely affected malnourished category. Wasting between National Family Health Survey 3 and 4 has gone up at on all India basis. Even during this NFHS 5, wasting has also gone up. Many people lose hope about nutrition rehabilitation centers. But here is a model which Robiji and his partners have demonstrated that it is possible to strengthen NRC, it is possible to save lives, it is possible to prevent severely affected malnourished children. So, and it is also important for life to serve. Importantly, they have also demonstrated how it can be achievable on right to survive and thrive. So over to Rabiji. Along with that, I would request you also please share some of your models related to campaigns and movements that you have been steering across the country in more creative ways. Over to Rabiji.
Yeah, thank you so much, Basanta sir.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Hello.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be part of this very, extremely learned panel. To start with, I'm Ravi Bhatnagar and I take care of the external affairs and strategic partnerships for Reckitt Benckiser for Asia, Middle East, and Africa. And we are being significantly investing in the, nutrition portfolio. But our approach is क्या problem? Hello?
We are able to hear Rabiji.
Yeah. So our approach is bit, different, the different in terms of we have been investing significantly in understanding the indigenous communities and the major emphasis on basically working with the target groups, which are, the most marginalized. When I talk about the most marginalized, I can say it's a summation of those who are economically marginalized, socially marginalized, like the rat eaters, communities, you have tribal communities in Melghat region in Maharashtra, and many others who really need our help and support. And most of the investments have been, what's typically happening is uh, we think certain indicators like hand washing, availability of sanitation, proper toilets which are clean, well maintained. Third is breastfeeding. These are some of the important things in which we really focus on, and our investments are to basically strengthen the nutrition rehabilitation centers, so that we have the nutrition rehabilitation centers where people can come with their seriously, malnourished kids. We have the voucher scheme in place, which takes care of, the employment loss, the treatment, the transportation cost, and all these things. And our main objective is to reduce the delay of identification of the case to the treatment seeking. You find the communities, you work with the communities, and then there are referrals which happen, which is a bit longer process. But to really each day and each minute for a SAM kid is very important. So what we have been focusing on, reducing the identification of cases, finding the cases swiftly, and taking it to the NRCs, the nutrition rehabilitation centers, strengthening the nutrition rehabilitation centers, so that treatment seeking starts faster. And there's a rigorous monitoring, like every month for the 6 months monitoring happens of the kid, and we have to see the results. We have seen as is it are in the benefit.
Uh,
We need to rapidly scale up our interventions, and we are really thinking about the right set of partners with whom we can work in across India. And we can with the major agenda of leaving no one behind, or LNOB. When I talk about the LNOB, uh, so it's very hard hitting. There are very hard hitting facts which have come out from the NFHS 5, and India really needs us. And there's still a big, divide between India and Bharat. And somehow, one of the important role is when we do the programs like this, the program should sensitive interventions, and not just nutrition specific interventions, because there is a big role of the Anganwadi centers, there is a big role of take home ration. There are a lot of players who are working on micronutrition, the micronutrients. There are a lot of others who are working on hybridization of salt, and making then fortifying salts and other things, fortifying rice and other things. But the basic things should be settled first. There can be various pathways of reaching to the getting the nutrition milestones to what we can achieve on stunting as well as malnutrition. One of the very significant one is what we are doing with a lot. India lacks significant on the ethnographic studies in the nutrition sector. And moreover, a lot of things are seen in silos, and not I mean, there is more integration which is required. A lot of moms are there who are 7-time moms, 9-time mom, 10-time moms, and they have no knowledge about contraception, or the availability of contraception is not there, or the behavior change programs are so weak. As a result, when the reduced number of kids year by year, the mom is not herself so well, so how she will be producing the healthy babies. So somewhere, there is a strong integration of various programs which is required, and standalone nutrition services. There is a need to integrate the diet diversity, integrate the interventions on the on hand washing, on having the safe toilet at home, and definitely the immunization bit also. Uh, Along with that, I'm talking about the basic focus for us is taking care of the SAM and the MAM kids. One more interesting thing what we are being seeing, there can't be any other year which can be more important for us or for anyone who is there in the sector of nutrition, when the number of cases have increased significantly of malnutrition. Stunting rates have also gone up. One of the major problem which is faced by the frontline health workers is calculating the Z scores, using the charts, using the exam, math, and those can world over have done the infrastructure, and we need to bring more technology into play in India. And definitely, whatever work my earlier colleagues have talked about, it's very fascinating. I would love to learn more. Thank you so much, Mr. Sandasan.
Oh, thank you so much, Rabiji. I think the whole world is now facing the challenge of severely affected malnourished children, facing the challenge of rising wasting, and also facing the challenge of how to make nutrition rehabilitation centers right. You have been able to demonstrate that uh, with most marginalized tribal communities, which is extraordinarily great. I think not only in India, but also world will benefit from your model. And you have also shared how nutrition focus and nutrition sensitive interventions, how integrated approach can also address all these anomalies. And very today is very important day. I think let us pledge for no child death or no child mortality. Let us pledge today. It is very important because today's child is tomorrow's future. If India has to achieve a developed country status, India has to address malnutrition and all forms of malnutrition, what our panel members spoke about today. Uh, every form of malnutrition is important to address, whether it is undernutrition or it is obesity, overweight, or it is about the mortality because of the malnutrition or malnutrition being one of the underlying causes. Our esteemed panel members talked about this in this important historic day. I must thank CSR leadership team for organizing this. Because of the time, we are not able to take many questions. One question is reflected to Demnaji, but he can answer later. But we'll be happy to share this YouTube video and share the proceedings, and we'll be happy to connect with you. But I must thank again panel members and representing from CSR and corporates. And it is important to note that socially responsible businesses have a greater role along with civil society organizations and also government. So it is all about fighting malnutrition together. Let us pledge for it and let us pledge for no child death and make India uh, a malnutrition free India. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, CSR leadership team. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Over to Apres.
Star and all the wonderful panelists to have discussed the most pertinent issues that the country is facing today, particularly with the child malnutrition and in the current difficult times that we are into. I hope with the vaccine, the situation would improve and the Anganwadis and the schools will reopen and some of the issues that Ankita ji pointed out, you pointed out in the Ravi ji's program. I hope that our CSR community would look at it at utmost urgency and of they will promote, they will invest more on improving the nutritional parameters of the children and women in the country. With this, we end this session and we would move on to the next one, which is again equally important, that is preventive and mental health. Over the years, last year we have focused on improving healthcare infrastructure and improving healthcare service delivery in the country. Our public health were was actually crumbling, but the way the corporate sector, the civil society, and the government came together, joined the forces, and served the humanity was amazing to watch. We didn't have the ventilators, the oxygen cylinders, or the ICU facilities, but many organizations along with the government came together and served the people. But two areas that suffered badly is preventive and mental health. I am not touching upon the non-communicable diseases. Right now, our focus is the wellness as a core element of resilience and also mental health, because COVID has posed great mental health risks also. So with this, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Khandelwal, who runs Yogic Secrets, and he is a wellness champion. Along with him would be Ms. Sheetal Shah from Shindler India, Ms. Benaifer Palsetia from IndoStar Capital, Mr. Anshu Taneja from Vision Spring, and last but not the least, Sachin Chaudhary, who would be talking about mental health. I would now like to invite Mr. Khandelwal to take over and proceed further. Thank you very much. Sir, you are not audible. Sir, your voice is low.
Laptop device is at the full volume. Maybe it takes a few seconds and it should be there.
So it's better now.
It's better now? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon once again. And thanks, Sapresh. Thanks, India CSR, for a very interesting topic. We're going to deliberate uh, this session. And I had a chance to interact with our learned panelist.
What language is?
I'm sorry. Hello, someone said something I missed.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So I was just telling in the background that I had an occasion to speak to our learned panelist 2 days ago, and Sachin as well. And I'm sure this session is going to be very interesting, very exciting, lots of learning which will come our way to the participants. And before that, it's important. I must introduce each of the panelists, though each of the panelists can introduce better rather than my telling. Reason being that they have covered their journey this far in their life, and my telling will be very limited. And nevertheless, let me quickly introduce each of the panel member. I believe Anshul is missing. He should be joining, I believe, soon. So let me begin
Mr.
with.
Khandelwal, I'm here.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. So let me introduce Sheetal. Sheetal is currently working as a chief people officer at Schindler and managing India and South Asia, which is part of a very large organization, Schindler Group, based out in Switzerland. And she has been in this organization since 2011. And she heads the business HR strategic projects in India, and interspreaded with 2 year stint in Middle East as HR director of the same company in UAE. Uh, she is also amongst the top 100 HR under 40, and this recognition came in 2018, and holds, as far as his backgrounds are concerned, she holds a master's in human resource management from the University of Leeds in United Kingdom. Uh, so before I proceed with the other learned panelists, I would straight on ask a question, Sheetal, that what has been your journey and what is your assessment to this preventive and mental wellness in the corporate journey you have covered? Because as we were talking the other day, you spoke a lot about the kind of impact which you could build, create, maintain, sustain, and particularly in the backdrop of this ongoing corona pandemic. So over to you, Sheetal, and maybe we go after that to the other panelist members.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you to all the co-panelists also for being back here. Sir, if I have to talk about my journey, I've been with Schindler since 2011. And just before the CSR law came in, a year before that, as a part of my strategic assignments, I had taken up CSR because I've always been a firm believer that companies need to build their goodwill with the CSR work. And so from drafting the first charter for CSR for Schindler, it is called Fulfill Futures. And we largely focus on education, which is what I had explained earlier. However, now we see the need for bringing in safety. And when I say safety, we would like to spread it to wellness and mental health, of course. So we've taken a lot of initiatives in the past, I would say, 8 years now, within the space of CSR, and even for our own employees, because that's overall with 5,000 employees and their families being impacted with whatever Schindler does. We also have 2,500 subcontractors, for example. So we already have a big reach within the community. And I believe that especially during COVID, we were actually able to accelerate some of our programs related to health. So I would actually have to thank COVID, because in general, like we were speaking earlier, mental health is not something that is easily spoken about. And in fact, if you see this year, our engagement calendar itself is called Atmantan. So where the only point I would like to make here is that any wellness initiative, any mental health initiative, these have to be embedded in everything that you do as an organization. If we look at it as a standalone initiative, it will remain like that, and I don't see that being sustainable. And that's where our efforts have been and will be going forward too.
Excellent, Shidal. I think that's great, because I also come from corporate background and I can relate that health, whether it is, the security guard at the gate or whether it is the boardroom members across, it is very, very important. Because that is something which I now consider as not the financial rating of CARE or ICRA or CRISIL, but equally important is, the health rating of a corporate, because that plays a very, very important role. And I'm trying to build something there. Though a very quick introduction about me, just for the participants. By qualification, I'm a chartered accountant, and it's been 36 years in the corporate world across sectors. And it is only the last a few years I decided to plunge into health and wellness domain. Reason being that I was fortunate enough to work for large pharmaceutical and healthcare companies like GlaxoSmithKline and Bexy. And that led to my belief that, and particularly now in the backdrop of Corona situation, it's even more relevant. And therefore, this HR function or, doing incredible work when it comes to his organization Vision Spring. And before that, let me introduce Anshu. Anshu has done MBA from Said Business School, University of Oxford, and Amity Business School. He is also a science graduate from St. Stephen's College. Anshu has been leading Vision Spring, and I'm sure he's going to talk about Vision Spring, what he has done, because maybe a very quick snapshot that this is a business which is providing affordable, quality glasses and already provided glasses to over unbelievable number 2.5 billion people worldwide who need them. And under his leadership, the business has grown its impact tenfold in 2019 alone. Vision Spring provided clear vision through eyeglasses to 1 million people in India, and thus helping them earn better and lead safer life. So before I raise any question, I think it is best I would like to hear what Anshu is to say about his journey and impact what his organization has brought into the lives of the people. Over to you, Anshu. Anshu, you have to unmute your, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, that's perfectly fine. Yes.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Mr. Khandelwal, and good afternoon, everyone. For a moment, my video had been disabled by the host, so I felt like the President of the United States. So, coming to this, very important topic, I think first of all, my congratulations to India CSR for getting all of us together to talk about this important issue. Uh, just to as a gateway into the topic, let me talk a little bit about what Vision Spring does. We work on a very important fundamental right of people, the right to clear vision. And it has a profound impact on how they lead their lives, how they earn their livelihoods, how they keep themselves safe, how they learn. We work through different program areas, which we call C to Earn, C to Learn, C to Be Safe. And 55 crore people in just India require a pair of eyeglasses to see better, which is more than 40% of our population. So you can imagine, what kind of profound impact a simple 700-year-old technology can have on the lives of people. And since here we're talking about preventive and mental health, vision has a direct correlation with both. Uh, if you talk about preventive health, and we're quite fortunate that what happened today morning in the country is probably the biggest preventive health drive anywhere in the world. So we're fortunate to be talking on this day. Uh, the world has seen that if we do not focus on preventive health, what can happen? The age old saying, health is wealth. I think the world realized today why, I would say in the last year or so, on how important that is, that, if things go wrong with health, economies could fall, governments could fall, there's chaos in the world. And it's important really, that's why for all of us to focus on preventive health, because curative health is something that could be minimized if we focus more on preventive health and put our resources there. Because when it comes to the stage of curative health, things could go wrong so badly that it could be a point of no return. Vision has, again, a direct impact on so many different things, and that's why it becomes an important part of preventive health drives by the government. We've been working alongside the government in many states, and also advocating for a national program on eyeglasses, what we call an Ujjwal Drishti Abhiyan. Chashma Ek, Uplabdhiyan Anek. A pair of glasses can lead to so many different achievements, and it can have a considerable impact on mental health, because if you cannot see, you cannot participate, at work or in school, you cannot drive safely. It leads to psychological issues. In fact, lack of clear vision or blurry vision is one of the largest disabilities in the world. So it's important for us to focus on preventive health, not just eye care, but all kinds of preventive health, because preventive health has a direct correlation with mental health. And also, it could save billions of dollars to our government and to the economy as we go along.
Great, Anshu. Your point is very, very relevant and important when you say prevention is better than cure, or prevention is cure, actually speaking. And this is something which we got to learn from our mother nature, because everything is just there. I mean, if we look, our constitution, it is made of 5 elements, right? We all know Jal, Vayu, Agni, Prithvi, Akash. and 70% is water, and so is 70% is planets, is covered with water. And many times when I reflect on, this beautiful gift which is available to us in the form of a human body, and when we were born, we actually were disease free. We were very healthy, very bubbly, right? Now we got to reflect back what has gone wrong, and probably is a lot to do with, I would call it a mental health, right? Because there is a clear, I'm these days reading a lot about the mental and gut health, right? So many times when we are not stable, our mental status is not right, we don't feel hungry, or we get irritated, we get angry, and so on. And same is the situation when the gut is not right, the mind doesn't work. So probably mental health, is much, much, much beyond, and it's over a period of time, due to many, many reasons. The mental health has been a big disturbance in our relationship, in our behavior, in many things. So this is a topic which is of a great relevance, whether in a corporate environment, whether in personal environment, or a social, or a family, or whatever. And what you said, I totally endorse. Uh, well, like to move to Sachin. In fact, Sachin is far away from us. He is in California, and right now the time is 2:30 in the morning, and he is awake. So we can see the mental alertness what he is carrying with him. And he's, I was so impressed when I heard, that what prompted him to get into a versatile organization, or founded an organization called Trust Circle. And rather my telling about his background, and his getting into that space, it will be really worth, Sachin, you better share your introduction yourself, and what prompted you to venture into that. And it will be a great learning for the participants to listen your story, and equally important, a lot of messages around what mental health means. Over to you, Sachin.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yes, you're right.
Okay. So, well, we'll see about my mental alertness in a while, if I can answer your questions properly. But thank you so much. And it's an honor to share the space with everyone. So passionate, and we all share probably the same vibrations. That's why we are here. So yeah, about me, I am just following my heart and pouring my passion out in the world with an organization called Trust Circle. You can just visit trustcircle.co. That's the website. But primarily, I'll take you back in time, everyone and the participants here. So it's almost about 26 years now that my journey into the mental health ecosystem of India started. When my brother, who was just about 12 years of age, who was bright, and top of his ranks, he was in fifth or sixth grade, was bullied in school for a long period of time and had an emotional breakdown in school. And we got a distress call. As a family, we rushed only to realize that things probably are quite late now. And when we digged, we realized that there was a bullying, that was the root cause in him getting pushed over the edge, and from there on, having that emotional breakdown. Now, imagine as a family, we were so close to him, right? And we missed the early signs of risk. Imagine teachers who were very close to him, spending almost half of the day with him, they missing those early signs of risk. Imagine his friends who were spending all that good time with him, they missing those early signs of risk. So in nutshell, that was the foundation of the quest that led me to quit my daytime job in Silicon Valley in 2015, when United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, and 3.4, SDG 3.4 is all about improving mental health globally. So when I digged deep into my personal adversity, I could only find 3 P's missing, which is prevention, participation, and prediction. There was no prevention in case of my brother. There was no participation, no community support. There was no data-driven model which could identify those early signs of risk. So what Trust Circle is, it basically bridges the gap in the ecosystem, because we're not in the healthcare ecosystem, we're in the sick care ecosystem. And especially in the case of mental health, things become really odd, because brain doesn't give you pain, brain doesn't give you physical signs of when you had to proactively reach out. So and people hold it to themselves, and core emotions like anger, fear, sadness, you just learn to live with it, and probably get to the break point without even realizing it. So it's very, very important. What happened with my brother should never happen with anyone else became the core of Trust Circle. That's what the foundation is. So in our quest over the 26 years, we've been fortunate enough to connect with those hearts and souls in India and globally, who believe that prevention and early intervention is the core, and should be focused on. So what we do at Trust Circle is we've built an AI-driven social emotional learning platform that helps identify early signs of risk amongst all ages, right from child to adolescent to young adult to adults. And so far, we've been blessed to create impact in different continents, especially in India, by working with WHO Collaborating Center for Mental Health Research in Chennai, where we've screened almost about 13,500 students, and now stepping into Maharashtra and tribal areas in Gadchiroli district this year, and thereon in Jammu, screening almost 7,000 Kashmiri Pandits who've been going through a lot over decades. So all I'll say here is that as individuals, we forget that our mind is a physical organ in our body, and mental illness is nothing more than physical illness. So we all have to focus on taking care of our brain. So and to make sure that we take care of our brain, we have to focus on preventive health. And these issues start almost at the age of 8 or 9 or 10, and just manifests over time. And there are breakpoints. Different people have different time windows when they break. But now with COVID, especially, everyone realizes it has become a dining table topic, and I'm glad that prevention and early intervention has become one of the mainstream topics. And people know that without emotional resilience, emotional health, there is no health, or there is no quality education for that matter. So my vision and my goal is that everybody starts focusing on learning about their emotions, learning about when they are at risk proactively. Their data should be in their hands, and hopefully we shift from the sick care system to healthcare system, so that with data we can make informed decisions, whether it's an individual or the provider on the other side. And that's what Trust Circle does.
Excellent, Sachin. It's a great initiative, and I'm sure this is going to be a global subject very soon and discussed. Because this is something, many cases, I have also come across situations like this, what you just talked about. And I strongly feel that this should become a part of not only, initiative by a particular institution, but it should also become part of the CSR, whosoever is heading the CSR activity in a corporate world. Because we don't know when employees walk in, what's happening in the family, and probably who knows what the situation is. And this is something which really is important to reflect on. One more thing which before I move to Binafer, I mean, in fact, let me just digress a little bit. I think the mental health, according to my perception, and which I strongly believe, is a lot to do with the spirituality wellness. right? Spirituality, wellness, I would mean the positivity, right? In fact, the environment is so much with negativities, and that's where, knowingly or unknowingly, we develop sufferings in our brain, or our mental conditions are concerned. uh, I can share my personal experience on this platform, that I'm a person who wakes up every day, come what may, whether it is holiday, Sunday, or whatever. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning, which is called Brahma Muhurat, right? And at that point of time, when I go for my meditation, and trust me, my entire day is fully charged. I never ever feel any fatigue or tiredness. And the most important thing which I reflect is that in my journey this far, I rarely have expressed any anger or any emotional breakdown. I look at things as a drama going on, though it is very tough to believe, right? But it is equally important to experience and visualize oneself. Right. So maybe I'd like to reflect a little later my views when it comes to the mental health, because it has got directly relationship with physical health and mental health. I would like to request Binay. She is again doing incredible work at Indostar Capital, organization which is engaged in non-banking financial activities and serving to a large number of entrepreneurs. So, Benefer, may I request that rather my introducing you, which I always, feel better to listen from, from the panelist or from anyone for that matter, so that you can reflect better about your journey and your views in terms of how the initiatives which, initiated by you in your organization impacted on the lives of the people. Over to you.
Hi, and good evening to all of you. And Sachin, before I start my introduction, hats off, sir. I don't think the work that you're really doing is comparable to any of us corporates, but yes, we do our best. But I think that's something that really matters. And Anil, sir, thank you very much. But I just wanted to ask you later, 3:30 is when you get up. I just want to know when you sleep. Because normally our times is sleeping at 3:30 or getting
Well,
up. So that's
whenever I cannot afford having a session at 2:30 in the morning. Probably if it is 3:30, yes, I can.
okay. So I would like to start and pondering upon certain thoughts which our all of you all have shared, and what Anil has shared, and then what Sachin has said. I would only sum up in a short word starting is that a healthy mind is healthy body. And I think that's exactly what we've learned as proverbs, as moral science, as science and everything. But I don't think we are implementing that. And I, as a mother or a leader or a daughter, or I mean, I don't think I do that. I'll be honest and I can tell that. But like Sir said, Anil said, it's all drama. Look at it as all drama. I think that is something that is really fun. So that's something that I'm going to take away with me. My journey, I am being associated with financial institutes for quite some time now, over a decade now, with Citibank, Credit Suisse, IDFC Bank, and now with Indostar. I have taken up the CSR journey apart from my HR role since all my career graph last 4 years with Indostar. And at Indostar, we specifically drive based on the strategy of women empowerment, women education. That is something that we, and education of the girl child. And that is something that we really look up to, and we promote these causes. COVID has put us all into a flex, I guess, and everybody had to change, or everybody didn't have a choice but to change. I mean, people say we have to adapt the change. Change is the, I mean, choice hi nahi tha, let's face it. What was the choice? Will you go out and shake hands or meet people? No. So as there was no choice, the role of HR, and like Sheetal also very correctly mentioned, role of HR, everybody of us, all of us mentioned, it completely changed. Whether we can say we all evolved, but we had to change. We had to be more relevant. For our people sitting at home on the first day and didn't know where he was going, what he was doing, whether the organization is there, not there. His mental state of mind was starting from salary to the role, to the job, to the kind of job, everything. And please note, I mean, our working people, job does take up 70% of our overall perspectives of life. It does satisfy our career goals, it satisfies our family goals, it satisfies a lot of things, and people do attach themselves with it. Though it is only a job and we tell them work-life balance and all of this, but people attach themselves. So that was something that you had to frequently do. So there was a continuous journey of complete engagement in terms of getting in touch and dealing with them, working with their families. It could be pranic healing sessions, mental health sessions, organizing those YouTube sessions, organizing those video consulting sessions. As Indostar, we also extended ourselves not only to our employees, but to our customers. So we reached out to our customers, we reached out to our employees who reached out to their customers and shared certain things. We had video calls with those migrant workers. We had video calls with those truck drivers locally. We had our leadership speak to them. We shot the snippets. We, with these different NGOs whom we supported these people, we shared what our thoughts were. So some of these initiatives, I think that's what we tried to do to achieve that people feel that we are there, because holding hands is something that is at times needed. And in mental health, listening to people is what is needed. We always say we miss the sign, but there is always a sign, and we do miss it.
Very true, Vinay, very true.
Yeah,
In fact, yeah. Carry on, please.
There is always a sign. I mean, today I could be behind our beautiful smiling faces. There could be so much going on in our background. There could be so much that the person just cannot. And like I think Sachin or Anil said, there are points at an emotional breakdown. I mean, I could be stronger, I could be weaker. I mean, emotion has got no competitiveness. You don't have a measure of 100% to 5% to 50%. You just can't map it. Where will you map that? And like very correctly highlighted, bully, I mean, that's another topic by itself. But early bully in schools, I think it has a longing, lasting impression. But I think bully at home is also. We sometimes feel that we are parents and we can do, or we can scold our child, or we can, and in India, it's like, if you want to educate your child, there is a old saying that, you have to be strict, beat them up or make them study. And yeah, I am a mother. I mean, I don't think I do that every day, but yes. So I think that are the things that we need to really evolve and change. And that's exact behavior that goes in corporate. And that is the behavior then leads us to the outside the corporate. How we talk, how much are we there for our teams, our people, how much are we there for just to hear them? And I think that's what. And as Indostar, we did go outreach to people to provide a platform to show them that we are there and to ensure that you can reach us. And there was one initiative at Indostar that we did where we not only funded many organizations through the corporate CSR fund, but we opened it for employee contribution. And trust me, the contribution that came in at early times to support this migrant workers and the customers or any of the COVID impacted areas from the employees and the junior most, mind you saying junior most, somebody who draws around 10,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000 salary, was extremely heartening and humbling. So I think sometimes we need to just open it out and people are there. So that's where I will take a pause.
No, brilliant. And then you touched upon on the women empowerment, right? It is again a subject, which deals a lot with the mental wellness or health, because when we go back home after a day's work, right? You being a lady, mother, different roles you are playing, because you have a lot of responsibility to maintain, sustain, or, create vibrancy as far as, people are having a smiling face. I remember an experience of mine when I was addressing Haryana police in the district I live in, and thanks to the superintendent of police, he invited me to address the wife of the policeman, right? And probably there were about 100 plus in an auditorium. And when I was talking about the subject was more or less like this. It was a mixed sort of a thing. And there was a touching on this mental aspect also. And I could see that the women, they were so disturbed, some of them, because of the stress level which their husbands, they are posted on a duty working for 14 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours, and the kind of, other pressures which are there, right? And the family is disturbed. Imagine, irrespective whatever lecture we give to them, eventually the reality is that what they are faced with, right? Now, this I'm talking outside the corporate world. We are still having a very cushy environment in which we operate, work, get our monthly packages, whatever, right? But when we go outside, we see that kind of pain, which is there, right? And that disturbs me a lot at times, that what is it which we can contribute, right? And therefore, I just want to understand, over to you, Sheetal, that while CSR initiatives, what you're doing, so how do you find, your corporate outlook in order to address people outside the corporate? I'm sure organization must have done incredible work, maybe for the benefit of participants. You might like to reflect something over there.
Sure, sir. So specifically during COVID, we've done different things. First one was we had a tie-up with one of our NGOs, which reached out to all the children who are not being able to go to schools with a happiness kit. Happiness kit contained 1 month of ration. So it had protein and wheat and rice, etc., which was provided to all these children, along with an activity book so that they can keep themselves engaged. We reached out to many different cities and various different communities, because these children were not being able to go to school, so their midday meals were not being served. Right, so that's one of the things that we have done. We've taken small initiatives in different pockets of the country. For example, close to our factory, we've supported the villages around the factory. One unique thing that we did is we supported the policemen around that area with smartwatches. I mean, I'm not even putting this under CSR. It was just an initiative to help them become more fit. At this time, because they are the front-ending people, they've actually suffered so much. So the idea was to reach out to that community and support them. In terms of overall, I would say outside Schindler, there are things. So there are things that we've done internally, sir, which has impacted the bigger community. And this is what I was sharing earlier also, that when we thought about the families and our customers of our own employees also, we came up with remote working guidelines. These were different kind of initiatives that we took for the company. So whoever is working from home, there were a few things that we introduced. One was a collective break. So over and above the regular public holidays, we gave a collective break to the entire company so that no one calls each other on that day, and we just take a day off. Yeah, this was from the perspective of just taking the day off, and it was unexpected. So it's not like a planned leave. The second one we spoke about is also every day from last year. Now we have something called happy hour. Happy hour is 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, is generally lunch hour, but with the timelines blurring for us on what's office hours and what's time for home, we came up with these two initiatives, that 1 to 2 will be happy hour. When it's silent, we don't call each other. We can continue working, but there are some people who have to cook, there are some people who have to feed. So this is how we've introduced happy hour from 1 to 2. The second one, the third one that we've done is called private time. Private time is basically from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. We encourage employees not to send emails, not to have any meetings, not to call each other. It's your private time. And honestly, the kind of industry we come from, engineering industry, a very high performance work culture, it was a welcome move, I would say, more from the families, because they finally saw their spouse or their father or their mother, spending time with with the families. And last thing, another initiative we had it's called Thursday for Thinking. So the last Thursday of every month, again, has been allocated just for you to be able to plan your work and no meetings, you work. So it's not an off, but it's allowing you to put your thoughts back in order, and taking a break from just spending so much time in front of the screen. The latest thing also that we've done is that we are encouraging employees actually to come once in a month to office, once in 2 weeks, sorry, to office, just to promote, based on rostering, of course, just to promote some social engagement. Um, so I would say these are some of the things that we've done. Um, just one more thing I would like to add is that the leadership team, because our industry, because we make elevators, we sell them and we maintain them. So especially when you're maintaining elevators, it is considered as essential services. So we were, of course, within our industry, the first ones to send out, the right PPE. But apart from that, there were so many issues in the beginning, wherein we had, say, one of our engineers who went to support an elevator in a hospital, and while he was coming back, he was actually beaten up because there was strict lockdown, right? And while he had his essential services pass, and he had his helmet, everything was in order. They said, "You're not allowed in this area. Why are you out?" Right? So this causes a lot of emotional trauma to them and to the family itself. So we used to have actually a leadership team member call each employee and speak to them, whoever has gone and serviced an elevator, just to thank them for the great work that they are doing. To the extent, just one last thing that I will explain, is that we've actually sent personalized letters to spouses of our employees to thank them for the support, the ones that who have actually given exemplary support and who've been out in the field serving our customers. We've actually sent them a special recognition to the family. That's Maybe I will stop here in interest of time.
No, Sheetal, I think what you said, that's creating an environment of togetherness. It's a winning model. What you have, done the efforts in your organization to create that environment. Because one thing which, not to be talked much about it. In fact, I strongly believe mental health is beyond anything, when it comes to the wellness part. Reason being, today, if we touch upon the global statistics, we'll find that 80% of the diseases, right, these are, falling in the category of non-communicable diseases, which are kind of diabetes or cancer or cardiac related or a joint health. These are non-infection, right? And if we go back 50 years, 70 years ago, it used to be more 80% infection diseases. And despite having so much of advancements in science, technology, and so on, today 95% plus people, they leave this world due to disease, right? And there's hardly a very small percentage which die due to natural death. And that actually raises a point that this is something to do a lot with the mental health, and therefore is not just limited to the place we work. It is, I think, the world at large. Wherever, whatever we can contribute, we must. But probably what is equally important is that we need to do a self introspection, in terms of where do we stand. And therefore it begins from self, then telling others. And therefore there has to be a continuous effort in that direction. And this is something which needs to be, in fact, rather, I would say, for each of the corporate, that we should have such kind of a discussion in the boardroom, right? The reason being that this is something which will help to improve the overall mental wellness or mental health of each and every individual, which will result into creativity, R&D, innovation, which is the need of the hour. Because unless and until we have that motivation to create that kind of innovation or creativity, that will help and encourage many people. I need not to say much further on to that. I'd like to request Anshu to talk about that. Now we are living in a new normal situation post COVID. How do you see contributing going forward in your journey?
Thank you, Mr. Khandelwal, for that question. I think, one, we need to understand what is this new normal. I think it's very important to have a very clear picture of how the dynamics have changed. The rich people have gotten richer, the poor have gotten poorer. The inequalities have increased. I think some of the sustainable development goals, their achievements have been pushed back by years. So it's important that the world is not same. It's better for some people, actually. It's worse for others. While most of us can work from home, carry on whatever work we're doing remotely, we're interacting like we're doing today remotely. But many in our country and around the world do not have the means, resources, technology to do all that we are doing, and whatever is powering us is not possible for them. So it's important to first realize that worlds become more connected for some people and become more disconnected for some. So it all starts with a very clear understanding of that scenario. uh, what we are doing as an organization as we went into COVID, what we do traditionally is, we are all about taking clear vision to people through glasses. So we do eye screenings, we provide glasses. As COVID dawned on us, we realized that in the immediate priority, especially during the lockdown period, glasses can take a back seat. So we pivoted to COVID response. We trained our teams in infection prevention, got them certified, and sent them across the country. We were through the lockdown period. We were working, in creating COVID-ready communities, people who are aware of COVID, people who are taking adequate precautions to deal with it, because we felt that that's really our responsibility, and this is how we could be most useful to society. So overnight we developed a supply chain of COVID commodities. We also helped hospitals with supplies of PPE. And then, as things started improving, we thought that, now this could be a base to restart what we do best, our eye screenings. So in October last year, we made COVID-ready protocols for eye screenings. Wherever we had done work with truckers, weaver artisan clusters, communities, we went back there because we had already, made them COVID aware and COVID prepared. So it gave us a good base to restart our eye screening work. And the eye screenings that we do in the new normal have a huge focus on COVID awareness and COVID safety also. So it actually adds as a exercise in enabling that community, as well as providing glasses, because we realize that suddenly, because of the COVID, 8 to 9 months, so much of preventive healthcare has been neglected. And it's important for us to put in more effort, ramp up what we are doing, because otherwise, it could be a spiral that can go out of control, and we'll be back by years as people wanting to serve others with clear vision. So it's an important realization that it's a time to work harder, invest more in some of these things, so that some of the things that we missed out. And technology has also done other things. Children have worse eyesight now, because they've been through this period hooked on to devices. All of us have been spending so much of time in front of computers, mobile phones, that it's actually
like now we are doing,
like we're now doing, so it's made things worse for people. And so the burden of refractive error, as we call it, has increased over a period of 8 to 9 months. And it's important for us to get back, because it's important to keep people safe, but it's also important to start moving again, because we cannot just say, we cannot hope for the pandemic to disappear. It might go down in certain parts of the country, certain parts of the world, but still it will take several years for the vaccine to reach everyone. And who knows, there is another one waiting to come, like the birds started falling out of thin air a few days back across the country. So, so it's important really to focus on preventive healthcare, take all safety precautions, but, intensify efforts so that 1 year does not pull us back by 10 years. We quickly over the next couple of years are able to pull back things and put them in order. And I think, for me at least, that's what resilient India would be. As we saw in the Sydney test match, sometimes a draw is as good as a win, right? So what we need to do is just, get back to where we were in 2019 in the next couple of years. And I think that would be as good as a win for all of us.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Anshu. In fact, I'd like to just add, three small sentence, short sentence, Jaisa for the mental health, mental wellness, which I learned from Brahma Kumaris, Jaisa an वैसा मन, जैसा पानी वैसी वाणी, or जैसा संग वैसा रंग. In fact, this is so relevant, right? And on top of it, I happened to visit a house of my friend after a long time, after COVID. And you know what I saw outside the main gate? It was written no anger zone, right? So when you walk in, no anger zone. And everyone welcomed with a smiling face. And when I went further, you will be amazed what was written. There was another board hanging there. Kam bolo, dheere bolo, meetha bolo, soch ke bolo. Imagine that mental health. And this is a message, for the corporate world or anywhere for that matter. Trust me, these are so relevant. And I was so impressed. Then I immediately, started thinking of distributing these to all my surrounding people. And the moment we inculcate this, we are spreading message. We are spreading the fragrance of, what mental health is all about. Yes, one are physical initiatives, another is mental initiatives. And therefore, these carry a lot of, big time messages. Binaifar, what would you like to say something before I come on to Sachin? Because I would like to listen from him as well. So how do you say and what do you think about this mental health? How to, it's not a magic thing, but it is something to be practiced. With your experience, what would you like to say?
Like I initially also shared, mental health is your health. It is a healthy mind is your healthy body. And once we are healthy enough, or we have a state of mind where we are ready to accept it as it comes, but it doesn't come easily. You have to do a lot of practice. You have to put in a lot of discipline. Your body actually, like you said, it depends on how you eat, what you drink, whom you meet, where you live. So this is all discipline yourself. I mean, for each ever thing. So the lifestyle diseases, so we call the diabetes and the blood pressure and some of the things, they're all lifestyle. They are not needed, but we have them, we enjoy them, and we get them. So mental health is something like that, which you in the start said connected with spiritual health. But what is that? It is just disciplining yourself in term. And today's world, rightfully so, I think it's Anshul who touched upon a point of usage of technology. Like today, we have a technology where in 7 months or 8 months worldwide, we are going to have vaccines. But that is the same technology that is detrimental to our kids today. The generation has become, they have become a prey of non-social contact. They actually didn't matter. Like people said, I'm not generalizing, but we all felt so sad. Kids are not going to school. Kids are not doing this. Kids are not doing that. But they were happily on their video games, mobile phones, technology, this, that. They learned it, finished. They taught you. Yes. How do you get on Zooms and change your backgrounds and how you will do all of this and all of that. That is great because they're kids, they adapted it the best. But the technology then is keeping them away from actually having that social contact, going and playing with Mother Earth, dirtying yourself with that soil in the rains, in those happy moments. I think the basic happiness, that smile that we as kids, I think all of us would have enjoyed here is that friend circle, or that the childhood. I think that is all missing, and that's where the discipline comes. We more and more advance ourselves, enhance ourselves, but we don't want to discipline ourselves. And the only discipline is if you discipline your mind, because willpower, the conditioning to accept, reject, or control is your mind.
Very
It's
right.
nothing else.
Very true.
It's nothing else.
In fact, I sometimes say when inside we are strong, the outside situations will not impact much because we are weak inside, and that's where the situation empower on us, and that causes to unwanted health related issues. And therefore it is so important to strengthen our inside.
Yes.
Right, irrespective whatever situation, circumstances,
whatever it is. I mean, I could fall to prey to something smaller and somebody else to larger, but the whole thing is, I mean, you get shocks, they can't take things, but that is how you've adapted your mind, how your mind is ready to react to something, and that's where your entire physical health then falls at its cost. So I think that is something that we have to at some point learn to discipline ourselves before we tell anybody else to discipline. And it's in all walks of life, whether you are as a individual at home or at office. In terms of how you want to deal, you will have to control how you speak in office. For that, you have to control how you get angry at home, because you are going, office is next home.
Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, like come bolo is like the best thing I feel after everything else. I mean, I know everybody will say in my case also it should go, and I agree and I accept. But I think come bolo, in a sense, it's like because we don't want to listen.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
mental
In fact, the best is laughter therapy. We hardly laugh.
like, imagine as kids, we are talking, but the kids, they are laughing at something which is very so superficial. We used to enjoy our friendships.
Yes.
They have lost that. So I think it's this that starts first. Discipline or control there. So that is what I would like to say.
No, that's a lovely input from you, and I'm sure all the participants enjoying this discussion. And Sachin, over to you. In fact, you are doing incredible work. How would you like to drive this journey? Because this is something which is not one city or one district or one province or one geography. I mean, it's across. And I believe you already have a presence in India, right, down south. So how do you see, your journey going forward going to be? Because one thing that I would like to, tell Apresh and Hussein Bhai that I think this session time, what you have given is an hour. We have to abide by that. But probably there is a lot to speak on this subject, and I'm sure there are many learned speakers who would like to join. And rather, there should be a complete session on this, because post-COVID or in the current situation, it's not the economic meltdown situation. There are multiple things which have happened. Social fabrics got broken and so on. So probably this requires a multi-dimensional approach to discuss on this topic. But I'll limit over there and over to Sachin. What would you like to comment on this?
So it's a very loaded question, but I will try and answer it in a simple manner on what we believe can strengthen the foundation of our society. And if you really look at the numbers, right, and this is pre-COVID, when you look at these numbers, India has 330 plus million students right now in the education system, which is like entire United States and the India's education system, right? So now every hour, and this is pre-COVID numbers, every hour a student was committing suicide in India. So we lose 24 bright, souls every day. Imagine COVID striking, without notice, and these individuals, these bright young souls, are now confined to the four walls, and it's been a year. What would have gone through the foundation of the emotional resilience of our society? Our youth is our future, right? and the future is showing signs of cracks. And as we all are talking about, if you're not emotionally resilient, things will not look good in times to come. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to focus on the roots of risk, right? We all as humans bubble around and oscillate back and forth in three bubbles. That's how I see the world: personal life, social life, academic / professional life, depending on what age group you are in. And the forces of risk, the roots of risk, are coming out of these three bubbles only. Whether it's domestic violence, clearly tied to the personal life, whether you're taking care of elderly parents, stress comes in from these forces, whether you are getting bullied on social media or through your friends, or peer pressures, that's social bubble. Or academic professional life. So these are the only three bubbles that drive you over the edge, right? So the only way to fix all this, which is to strengthen emotional resilience, is to nurture the roots with positivity, with prevention and early intervention. And how can you do that, right? That's the key question. If there are millions and millions of individuals who are slipping into this black hole every day, and COVID is basically ripping through their emotional resilience and well-being at an exponential rate, can we even think of fostering prevention and early intervention? Because nobody thinks of that. It's not tangible, right? In my mind, it is. The reason is because mind is a physical part of our body, and therefore it is a physical, anxiety, stress, depression. These are key vitals that we all need to focus on. Or for example, sadness, anger, fear. These are key emotional attributes that we all need to focus on. So the way we have done it is we've focused on the roots, and we're focused on these three bubbles, and we're focused on the youth, because youth is our foundation, youth is our future, right? So we went into the schools and colleges, and we introduced emotional well-being assessments. Just like when you and I were growing up, we used to have eye exams, weight measurements, and so on and so forth. These are physical health attributes that were pretty common, right, when you and I were growing up. But never ever, probably in all of our experiences, we had emotional well-being assessments done in our schools, right? Or for that matter, never ever we were given trusted space to self-reflect and journal on how we are feeling in a particular day, in a particular moment. So that's what we're doing. We're changing the paradigm by saying introduce social emotional learning as a core to the education system. Because if we can nurture our youth, and make social emotional learning as important as math, science, coding, English, whatever, things will change, right? And we have to get this, bottoms up and top down. We have to not only get to each school level, but have ministers of education stepping forward, and the CSR initiatives should focus on mental health more and more, so that NGOs doing work around mental health and fostering resilience are given that push, so that they can do more, or initiatives such as Trust Circle and others that are fostering this at scale can nurture more. So the only way we can manage or deal with this pandemic is to have a laser sharp focus on identifying roots of risk, which environments are pushing individuals over the edge, because it could be personal environment and may be spilling over in the professional world in their work. But if someone is having too much in their personal life, so we need to have data, and that data needs to be analyzed, and that should be readily available. And that's how Trust Circle has been helping identify those early signs of risk, and we've been able to save few lives in different continents now, because early signs of risk were identified, individuals were brought into the trusted space, parents, administrators were involved, and things changed because now you've taken care of the roots of risk well ahead in the game.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sachin. In fact, I'm being advised to close this session now. It's been a very learned session this far. Only last comment I would like to make over here that just if we reflect back that 2 months time when the lockdown was there, the nature has become beautiful. We could see the stars. We can see the gadgets getting cleaned without any effort. So probably it is the same thing applies within us also, and that will give a significant boost to our mental health or the people surrounding us. So I think I end up by saying that we have to also gradually develop, or rather run a mission of making, respect, our mother nature, which has given everything. And probably that's another thing which will help significantly to improve, the entire mental health environment. So we move from all those negativities to positivity in that journey. Thank you so much to all of you. We don't have time right now for any question answer. And it's been really lovely interacting and talking to each of you. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Just before we end, we all have to do our laughter and a pat on the back for all of us.
And hope, Anil, I was mentally alert.
Yes.
Yes, it's
And yes.
it's 3:45. It's a have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Khandelwal, for very nicely moderating the session. A session is as good as the moderator.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you
Over
all.
to you, Fresh.
Thank you all. Thank you.
As
Thank
as
you.
Anil,
Thank you,
as you go back into your physical meditation zone, I will go into my mental meditation zone and sleep.
Most important.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care, guys. Have a
Take care.
blessed day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khandelwal, for moderating such a lovely session with amazing panelists on a very pertinent issue that the country is facing right now, the pandemic, which actually has been aggravated by the pandemic. I thank you for moderating this session. With this, we would end this session and we would move on to India CSR Awards, which is at the 9th edition. This time, apart from India CSR Awards, we have, in fact, our organizing committee has decided to honor and felicitate impact leaders who have shown commitment and leadership to help those affected by the pandemic. So I would now like to call upon my colleague and founder of India CSR Network, Rusen Kumar ji.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Apresh ji. Can we add our awardees in the panel?
They have already been added here.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
So I would now like to invite.
So please come with your idea on this.
So the organizing committee selected 10 leaders from different spheres of life, someone from the NGO sector, development sector, someone from venture capital, someone from philanthropy, someone from corporate sector, someone from the socio-political sector also. So without much discussion on what and how we've chosen, we would be publishing the methodology as to how we've selected all those 10 wonderful leaders. I would now like to invite Rusen Kumar ji to announce the first impact leader of the year. Rusen Kumar.
So the first, the leader is Ankit Kawatra, the founder of Zomato Feed India. So can we have Ankit Quatra? Apresji, have you added Ankit ji? Yes.
If I joined,
So
Ankit is leading Zomato Feeding India. Under his leadership, Zomato Feeding India organized one of the largest food relief drives in India during COVID-19, serving more than 78 million meals to daily wage earners in 181 cities in less than 90 days. Ankit Kawatra is the recipient of many prestigious awards, such as from Queen of England, Forbes 30 Under 30, National Youth Award, UN Young Leader, GQ Most Influential Young Indian, among many others. May I now invite Ankit to say a few words, please?
Yeah, thanks so much, Apresh. Thanks so much, Hussein, for that word of encouragement. Um, I think it's, I'm really glad that India CSR has honored impact leaders this year. I'm actually not very aware if this is a yearly practice, but I'm really glad that, we're bringing very diverse issues to the forum. And what I could hear today, I'm really glad that such discussions are happening and they're bringing together people from diverse sectors, such as the NGO sector, the private world, CSR, and others. For me, I'll share a personal learning that I've had through COVID. I think COVID has definitely, has tested us to its limits. Today is, of course, a special day because the country is testing a new wave of vaccination, so it's a very positive day, anyways. But I think COVID has also brought in a sense of possibilities for our country of what can happen if we all work with a sense of urgency. I think when COVID broke out, it gave us a sense of immediate work to do, an action plan to develop, and we had very little time and too much to do, and a lot of people to help. And I think I can proudly say that so many entities here, so many leaders who are present here, Atul, Abhishek, everyone, I think have done such a commendable job, and I'm so proud that we've shown that during such times we could all get together and try to do at least what our collective actions can make possible. And I think now the sense of urgency needs to continue even after COVID. It does not need to die down. COVID is not needed to tell us that we need to act more. So that's the learning I'm taking, and I wish everyone all the best. And I hope this sense of urgency continues with India CSR.
thank you so much.
Ankit, we wish you very best to serve the humanity with the commitment and the passion that you've shown over the years. Thank you very much. With this, we would move on to the next impact leader. I would now like to invite Hussein Kumarji to announce the next name.
Our next award is Mrs. Salu Jindal, the chairperson of JSPL Foundation. Yes, Apresji, over to you.
Chaluji, as everyone knows, is an accomplished dancer and exponent of the Kuchipudi dance form. Chaluji has performed in India and abroad. She is the chairperson of JSPL Foundation, where she takes an active part in the country's development through company CSR activities. She is the former chairperson of National Bal Bhavan and the vice president of National Flag of India. She was also the founder president of Young Fiki Ladies Organization. In 2018, she founded the Jindal Art Institute in New Delhi. She has also won several awards for her work. During the pandemic, Shaluji has rendered exemplary contribution to the life and livelihood of the underprivileged and the vulnerable section of the society across the country. May I now request Shaluji to say a few words, please?
Namaskar. Thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. Dear impact leaders and Team India CSR, I wish you all a very happy and healthy new year. I'm delighted to be a part of this session today It gives me great pleasure to be in the company of prominent change makers of our country. COVID-19 has posed a major threat to humanity. It is probably the first pandemic of its kind that we all have witnessed together. Almost a year back, nations and the world came to a standstill due to this pandemic. Human life was in peril, so also livelihood of many. Multiple hardships faced mostly by the vulnerable section, the poor, the underprivileged, mostly for the daily wages and the migrant workforce was heartbreaking. We at JSPL were agonized to see the vulnerable communities suffering. Therefore, we undertook various measures to tackle the crisis. The company hugely contributed to the PM Care Fund and CM Care Fund to partner with the government to fight the pandemic. The government, along with individuals and organizations, has played a crucial role in containing and controlling the spread. Our medical professionals and healthcare workers have truly been a heroic force of change and positive impact. JSPL Foundation launched Mission Zero Hunger on the day following the announcement of national lockdown. We took up this mission to address the lack of access to food amongst the migrant workers, daily wage earners, street dwellers, destitutes, truckers, shelter homes, and other socially vulnerable populace. As many as 2.7 lakh meals and dry food kits were provided to the communities. Thousands of dairy, vegetable, and mushroom farmers associated with the foundation were kept immune to distress selling by facilitating sale of their farm produce in the plant townships. GSPL Foundation served every day hot cooked meals in Delhi to thousands of migrant population. Tribals and the vulnerable were provided with dry food rations. They were also provided with sanitizers, hand wash, disinfectants, masks, which were manufactured as a part of the income generation activities by more than 1,000 women in self help groups. This assured everyday income to the underprivileged families during this period. Upscaling our curative measures to fight the pandemic, we equipped our multi-speciality OP Jindal hospitals and dedicated 133 beds and 15 ICUs. We equipped the hospitals and occupational health centers with ventilators, PPE kits, oxygen cylinders, and created isolation wards as well as COVID care centers. Our schools and universities took various efforts in organizing online classes. Asha the Hope Centers, which provide rehabilitation care for the especially able children, deserve my special mention. Faculty and the trainers at the centers not only conducted online classes but also undertook household visits adhering to COVID guidelines to ensure customized care for more than 3,000 children with special needs. COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the world to how fragile we are in the face of a globalized health emergency. But it also helped us realize that together we can overcome all hardships. We at JSPL Foundation believe in working with communities and driving a sense of accountability towards our home, our society, our nation, and the world. We believe in building India and empowering lives together and will continue to do so. I thank each of you for your time today. I hope that together we can contribute towards an inclusive and empowered India, a gift from us to our future generations. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We really admire you for your work and under which, under your leadership, JSKL Foundation has served the humanity quite well. I also wish you best for National Flag Foundation, through which you are inculcating the nationalism and patriotism among the kids, among the people in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would now like to invite Hussein Kumarji to announce the next impact leader.
Our third winner is Mr. Prashant Prakash, the partner, SL Partners and Chairman Vision Group of Startups. Yes, yes, Apareshji, please.
Prashant Prakash is the leading venture capitalist everyone knows, playing the role of a bridge between the startup ecosystem and the government of Karnataka. He leads India's first vision group of startups. Under his leadership as the chairperson, Shikshana Foundation has pioneered a motivational model to improve the learning levels of the government schools students in India, serving 50,000 schools, impacting 3 million students. Under his chairpersonship, United Way of Bangalore, through its Wake the Lake campaign, has rejuvenated more than 35 lakes. It's amazing. Responding to the COVID pandemic, along with other venture capitalists, Prashant formed a 30 crore ACT grant fund to provide financial support to startups and social enterprises working on ready to deploy disruptive and scalable solutions to combat COVID. And we all know a great deal about ACT grants and how much it has achieved over the last 9-10 months to help the country sail through the difficult times. I would now like to invite Mr. Prashant Prakash to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Apresh. It's a real honor to receive this recognition from CSR. I think you have created a very unique organization that again creates a bridge between all the organizations that are involved in CSR and the impact that folks on the field create. So keep chipping away at all the good work that you're doing. So I think it's been COVID has been a unique opportunity in some sense for the venture capital ecosystem, which includes founders, venture funds, investment bankers, and other folks who are involved in the ecosystem to have come together. And we, over this 6 to 7 month period, have created multiple stages of impact. During the early stages of pandemic, we were fortunate to play a role in funding some of the testing companies, and about 25% of all testing in India that was done was somewhere influenced by the support that we gave from ACT. Appreciate it was a 100 crore grant, and in the second stage, I think it was really about protection and PPE and providing. And here we worked with Arvind Mills to create the first large-scale indigenous production of N95 masks. And about 10%, 10 to 15% of all N95 masks in this country came from this relationship with Arvind Mills. And finally, a disruptive solution. There were two disruptive solutions that we brought to the Indian market. One is HFNC, which over a period of time replaced ventilators and became a much better alternative to ventilators. So we created indigenous capability by funding entrepreneurs who were able to manufacture these HFNCs in India to save a lot of lives, which otherwise would not have been saved by ventilators or other mechanisms that were available in India. And finally, this idea of remote ICUs. So there were many parts of India which had no access to ICU doctors. And we, working with two very novel companies, created this idea of a remote ICU. And these remote ICU companies were able to provide the equivalent of an ICU that any metro hospital would have in very remote areas, such as remote parts of Jharkhand, remote parts of Madhya Pradesh, remote parts of Karnataka. So I think what has come out, and of course we funded the Swasth initiative, and Atul, who's here, also played a role in supporting the Swasth initiative, which is helping build a health stack for this country, very much like you have the financial stack and the Aadhaar implementations that go along with the financial stack, a health stack which will be an enduring outcome post the pandemic from our efforts. So the learnings from this, we are going to now take into other verticals, such as education, environment, and livelihood. We hope to see 100 plus crore grant corpuses in each of these later this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are really fascinated by the work you, along with the people from VC and startup community, has shown, and we wish you all the best to launch Act Grants 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and so on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with this, we now move on to the next impact leader. May I request Rusenji to announce the next name, please?
So our next impact leader is Mr. Shantanu Mishra, who is a co-founder and executive trustee of Smile Foundation.
So Smile Foundation, under the leadership of Mr. Mishra, began its India Shares campaign on 6th of April 2020 as a response to the massive crisis emerging out of the first of its kind pandemic. The campaign used a multi-pronged approach to ensure the vulnerable section of the society were able to receive essential services, food, and sanitation supplies. If I'm not mistaken, it has raised almost 45 crore rupees from the donors and distributed and used that amount to support the communities which were affected by the pandemic. May I request Mr. Mishra to say a few words, please? Sir, your mic is muted.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to congratulate India CSR for the instituting such a beautiful initiative. Good evening, everyone. I'm grateful and humbled to receive this award today. And I do so on behalf of the hundreds of frontline warriors and the entire team of Smile Foundation. If I tell you honestly, at the beginning, just like the rest of the world, we are completely thrown up by the pandemic. We had no idea what to do. In last 18 years, we must have worked in more than 12 disasters. But this time we were at a loss. This was not a disaster. Probably nobody in the world had ever seen a disruption of such a magnitude, impacting everyone, everywhere, and the worst sufferers were the people who survive on daily wages. Overnight, our biggest strength, the community connect, that has always been the essence of our work, became our weakness. On one hand, we were forced to maintain distance from the grassroots communities because of social distancing norms. On the other hand, the need of the communities increased manifold due to lockdown, making us more relevant than ever before. We had no option but to go back to the drawing board to rethink and restructure the delivery model of each of our program to intensify the services on ground while also ensuring the safety of the community people as well as our volunteers and team leaders. We started with the most urgent need of providing food for those who had lost their livelihood. Our ration distribution initiative in communities titled India Shares reached to over 22 states, and we were able to distribute more than 25 million meals to the most vulnerable children and families in first 6 months of lockdown, which was the real necessity at that point of time. In the health space, we are comparatively better prepared as our original delivery model was already designed on a structure consisting of technology-driven mobile hospital, telemedicine, and health camps. We added only the telecounseling services to augment the awareness elements, as that was the dire need at that point of time. By the end of this fiscal year, we are expecting to provide primary healthcare services to more than 2 million children and families in difficult circumstances, residing in over 2,000 communities spread across 17 states. In our education program, we started by conducting an extensive survey at national level to understand the ground need of and found out that over 60% of children did not have access to technology. Here, I would like to add that you see everybody jumped to uh, conclusion, pre-concluded that technology would be the real solution in such a pandemic. However, our finding, and when we try to progress further at the rural areas, we found it crossed more than 70% of the children have no access to technology. Our team redesigned the entire program with blended learning approach, wherein we combine door-to-door visits, mobile phone and app-based learning, educational TV and community radio programs, and most importantly, cluster classes to ensure social distancing as well as continuity of education for our children. By the end of this financial year, we hope to bring all the children back into the fold of education, covering over 250 communities spread across 20 states. In our urban livelihood program, as our focus was on hospitality and retail industry, which were the worst affected industry during this pandemic, we were forced to redesign the entire program to align and adapt the same to the new post-COVID world and introduce courses in the emerging areas like medical attendant support services, e-logistic, BFSI, digital marketing, etc. Today, more than 25,000 youth have already enrolled under these courses, and we are expecting extraordinary placement for them too. As we kept on adapting each program and serving the communities in various ways, India has gradually evolved from a food distribution intervention to a movement, a commitment where people from all walks of life, corporates, institutions came together to support the most vulnerable population in the country. This award is not mine. It belongs to our ground heroes who put their safety at risk every day and kept serving with a smile. It is recognition for the contribution of over 100 corporates and thousands of individual supporters who stood by us and remained true to their social commitment in this difficult time. It is appreciation for the government official, local authorities and public bodies who wholeheartedly supported our work on the ground. Facing the biggest crisis ever, gave us opportunity to see humanity, science at its best. This award evidence that with empathy, hope and resilience, we can always overcome the odds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. You are bringing smiles to many, and you have brought smiles to many during the pandemic. I wish you, on behalf of India CSR and CSR community, wish you all the best for serving the humanity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
With this, we would move on to the next impact leader. May I request Rusen Kumar ji to announce the next team, please?
Our next impact leader is Mr. Atul Satija, the CEO of the Nudge Foundation.
Atul Satija, I don't need to say a lot of things. Everybody knows him for what he has done during these 10 months. But to give you a background about Give India and the Nudge, Give India had supported 50 lakh people during the pandemic using the 220 crore rupees contributed to the non-profits India COVID fund by the collective of individuals and organizations formed on 10th of April 2020. The ICRF collective comprises of corporates, foundations, digital platforms, government bodies, philanthropists, high net worth individuals, and citizens at large. The fund has supported three key areas of interventions: providing monetary relief to cash-strapped families humanitarian aid to communities in need, and addressing gaps in the healthcare system in protecting frontline workers in COVID designated hospitals. May I request Atul to say a few words, please?
Thanks, Apresh, and thanks, Hussein ji, for this recognition. I want to start by saying that I'm particularly glad to see the awards have evolved from being CSR awards to the broader impact awards, and you have expanded the scope of it. Really great to see that the work of all the leaders, Shantanu we heard from, and others here. It's really great to see that you have expanded that. So congratulations on that. I think, as you said, uh, it was a very unprecedented and testing time for everyone this year. And I'm glad that with all the hard work of Give Indians and nonprofit partners over the last so many years, there was a very strong foundation and roots in civil society to respond to the pandemic. And I think we could, just given our history of work with the ecosystem, we could bring it to the fore and not only work with corporates to create a giving collective, but also be of some use to the people in their most difficult times and work with 250 plus nonprofits, helping about 56 lakh people across the country. Really glad that we were able to play a part in that. I think this obviously is a recognition of all the work that a lot of Give Indians, volunteers, even Nutsters, and most importantly, the 250 NGO partners that we worked with, they were the ones that were there on the front lines doing the real work. They were largely working behind the scenes. So I think this is the probably recognition of their hard work more than uh, more than any individual. So really glad for that. Uh, I also want to highlight that I think Ankit mentioned in the beginning that if you look at it, the reality is that the need in the country has unfortunately gone up materially because of COVID. So while we are reflecting on the work done in the last 9 months, we are actually just getting started in terms of how to response really to the impact of COVID in society. So it's just a beginning in terms of the work that we have to do. I'm assuming that various players here, nonprofit partners, civil society, development leaders, CSR partners, philanthropists, foundations, government, they'll all figure out a way to come together and work with more agility and speed, more urgency, more collaboration going forward, as well as figure out more creative ways to reimagine the future. So we have less and less of the impact of any such thing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atul. And we've recently witnessed your Agri Charcha program and the 2 crore uh, grant that you have created. I wish you all the best for all your future interventions. I'm sure the country is going to benefit a great deal with your leadership and your skills and your experience. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Apesh.
With this, I would now move on to the next impact leader. May I request Hussein Kumarji to come in?
Yeah. So our next leader is Ashif Sheikh, the founder and director of Jan Sahas.
And this is a very unique felicitation on owner impact. So migrant resilience collaborative, when I heard first 2 months back by someone from Edelgive Foundation, and then when I started interacting with Edelgive Foundation's COO Nagma Mula, she was all praise about Mr. Ashif Sheikh, on whose ideas the entire collaborative on migrant resilience was built. We have all seen hundreds, thousands, millions of migrants going from cities to villages, traveling on tracks. and someone who could think and act mid-term to long-term on this was Mr. Ashif Sheikh, under whose leadership his organization Jan Sahas brought together a consortium of individuals, intellectuals, organizations, implementing partners, the funding organizations, all together to serve these migrants for the midterm and long term. So without wasting too much time, I would now like to invite Mr. Sheikh to say a few words, please. Mr. Rashid.
Yeah. Thanks, Alpeshi. So on behalf of my team and the community, I'm very thankful for this recognition. Just I wanted to share a little bit about our journey. So from last one.
Am I audible?
I'm traveling. My connectivity is very bad.
Please go on, sir. You can switch off your video and then.
Yeah, sorry. I'm in a rural area, so I think connectivity is very bad. So just I can complete. So basically, my organization is working from last 1 decade with the most vulnerable communities, including manual scavengers, survivors of rape and sexual violence, and most important, like migrant worker. The situation of the migrant worker is not very new, like their vulnerability is not very new. Only one thing happened after the pandemic or lockdown, their vulnerability is exposed very well. We are working with the community. Yeah. Hello.
You can.
Yes, I'm extremely sorry for the internet connection is very bad. So basically, during the lockdown, we worked with the migrant worker in the 19 states across India, and we help about 1.5 million migrant worker, and we provide various kind of support to the migrant worker. So we provide like the food support, cooked meal support, transportation support, and most importantly, like the mental health support also to the community through the mental health counseling. Uh, After this whole like emergency support to the migrant worker, we also realized that migrant worker and the community required medium term and the long term support also. So we 10 million migrant workers across the 100 source and destination districts of India. And we are not only providing like the emergency support, but through the Migrant Resilience Collaborative, we are also trying to ensure social security benefit to the community. And as all of you know, various governments social security program exists, and most importantly, like the BOCW boards. And BOCW board having 31,000 crore rupees in their fund, and these funds are unutilized. So we also try to like develop a delivery mechanism at the grassroots level, and these migrant worker and the other vulnerable community can get the benefit of the existing social security.
Your network is very poor, sir. So we heard you.
So on 2nd October, we launched MRC and the district level resource center in 82 districts. And as of now, in last 3 months, in our medium term support program, we deliver social security benefit to 10 million migrant workers. So now I can stop, and I'm again very thankful for this recognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We can probably do something like a slow interview that Nilesh Misra does with you to learn more about your interventions, and wish you all the best for this program that you're running. Thank you very much. So I would again call upon Hussein Kumar ji to say, announce the new name.
Our next leader is Dhanush Kodi Sivanandan, Managing Director of Roti Bank.
So before I tell him about, tell you about him, is that I called him today. I was trying to reach out to him through various sources, but ultimately it was very simple thing that I had to do was to take the number from the website and call him. He was kind enough to give consent to get this honor from us. To tell about him, he is the former Director General of Police of State of Maharashtra. He is the Managing Trustee of Roti Bank. I'm sure everyone is aware of what Roti Bank has done during the pandemic. They have served more than 4.6 million meals by collecting them from households and individuals. So, to know more about his programs, can we invite Mr. Shivanandan to say a few words, please?
Good evening, Mr. Raji. I hope you can hear me. Yes. And good evening, all the ladies and gentlemen and the fellow awardees and the organizers. Thank you so much for giving me this platform. Normally, I've never been taking any awards, so nobody would have seen me before. As Mr. Raji mentioned, that I was in the Indian Police Service from 1976 to 2011. Since last 10 years, I'm retired. But this NGO is there in existence from 2018, 19, and then 20. To cut the long story short, India is a great country where due to green revolution, we have got 97 million tons of food stocked in the Food Corporation of India, whereas in normal times, 20 crores of people are not having food or adequate food or bad nutritional food they get. But due to pandemic, as others spoke, we are having 800 million Indians who are not having access to food and various other facilities. I request everyone to read the recent release of a study by NFHS, National Family and Health Survey. Oh, it is pathetic. The children are all getting stunted, worsted, and thousands of children are dying of malnutrition, hunger, and whatnot. So we planned to build a bridge between the food which is going waste and the people who are going hungry. So in 2018, we could do only 5 lakh meals because we were just beginners. We began with humble means. 2019, again, we grew, but we could do another 5 lakh meals. But come this pandemic, that is March 20th, 22 or so, we wanted to close down because our people also wanted to be safe and be away and locked up in the house. But that is where the policeman, the risk-taking capability came. We started working more than before. And as Mishra ji said, we have served 46 lakhs 8,700 meals. That is 9 times more than what we have done normally. What we served was 5 lakh meals. What we have served is 46 lakh 8,700 meals in 2020 alone. In the meanwhile, we also grew branches in Nagpur, where on the highway, all the laborers from Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh were going towards Bihar and UP and other places on the highway, 48 degrees heat, and they had no chappals because their footwear was not lasting. So we gave them footwear, we gave them food, we gave them glucose, and we took care of the pregnant ladies and their families in a car. We left them near Maharashtra border, that is Bandara Jilla. In Mumbai, we could not reach to this Sion, Dharavi, Worli and all that. But we managed to hire 3 hotels which were closed and they produced food for us. And then we could ask 50 NGOs to come and collect it. So on a given day, the highest number of meals we produced and served was 37,000 meals in one day. And then it now has come down to 10,000 meals a day. So at this rate, by this end of the year in 2021, I will be serving 3.6 million meals. So our achievement has been 4.6 million, thanks to this challenge. And thanks to people like you who have been spreading good word. I thank all the volunteers. We are a completely volunteer-driven force. And we covered our people. They worked very well. We are an NGO with 80G facilities, and people like you have given me money. We never picked up leftover food, Mr. Raji, because there was no leftover food in 2021. No functions, no marriages, no funerals. So where is the excess food? We produced food in 4 centers and delivered in Mumbai alone, besides in Chennai, Hyderabad, then Nagpur and Coimbatore. So this is the growth. This is all out of risk. I thank all the people who helped me, who trusted me, and believed that we could do this part of the job, what others cannot do. And of course, police was a partner to us. Incidentally, there was a cyclone in a neighboring district called Raigad, Alibag, if you have heard of that. Devastating kind of a cyclone during this time. We gave them 10 tons of uncooked meals. That is rice, dal, etc., to the police. They were the first one to go and distribute to those poor people who are completely cut off. So here we are serving masks, sanitizers, and food, cooked meal. A cooked meal involves roti, rice, dal, and sabji. And near Tata Cancer Hospital, every day we give morning 700 and evening 600. Never a single day we have stopped. Anyway, we are giving 10,000 meals a day. Thank you very much for recognizing me. Suddenly you woke me up from my slumber and brought me to the national attention. Thank you very much. We will do the same job. We will grow more. Maybe with the trustworthy partners, we should grow in Eastern UP, Bihar, Orissa, and other places. It's a wonderful opportunity. I wish you all the best. Thank you for bringing me alive. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you.
Very much, sir. You were all alive, and you are so enthusiastic. We can learn from your enthusiasm, and we hope everyone seeing you and watching you, listening to you would have the same enthusiasm in serving the community and the humanity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
With this, we now move on to the next impact leader. Rusenji, please announce the next name.
Our next impact leader is Ravi Pokhran, the CEO, Rambhau Mahalgi Prabodhini, and Joint Coordinator, Standing Committee on Civil Society Organization, Niti Aayog.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, Akhilesh ji. Thank you. Yeah, you were saying.
Mr. Pokharna is also the Chief Advisor of RMP Atal Incubation Center and Deputy Dean of Indian Institute of Democratic Leadership. Under his leadership and his actions, this ICANN was launched during the pandemic in March 2020 by Rambhau Malgi Prabodhini and Connecting Dreams Foundation in order to help the underprivileged communities that have been hardest hit due to COVID-19. The platform has over 4,000 ICANN warriors from across 25 states and has impacted over 4 lakh lives. ICANN assists in providing essential services, curating mental health support, livelihood. I would now like to invite Mr. Pokharna to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Rusenji, Apreshji, and thanks to the India CSR team for having us here. So our parent organization name is Rambhau Malgi Prabodhini, and it is actually into leadership development. It is into training of elected representatives. And like the entire, like other organizations, we also kind of got stuck when lockdown was announced. And so we are also into, along with the training of elected representatives, we also train voluntary organizations across the country. So, and the organization is 39 years old. So we have a pretty good bonding relationship with a number of NGOs across the country. So when the lockdown was announced, we were also seeing things from the fence, and naturally being from the sector, from the voluntary sector, we were itching to do something and contribute and do our bit. So what we realized, what we do was we were regularly interacting with our grassroots voluntary organization partners, and they were telling us that there are pockets of places wherein people are hungry, and the ration or the cooked meal which is being circulated by government or private agencies, some good corporate foundations, etc., they were not reaching few pockets. So that is where organically this thought came, and we started a portal where we tried to merge human potential with technology, and we used geotagging technology, so that whoever gets to know, or whenever one gets to know of somebody who is hungry somewhere, could just feed in the details and the location, and a nearby volunteer gets a message, and then that volunteer calls the respective the municipal corporation, or the philanthropist or the foundations which are feeding people there. So these databases were made available to people, and this idea took shape, and we in about less than 1 or 2 weeks, we had about 400-500 NGOs associated with us, and around 500 volunteers. And that is where several organizations took note of us. Then Niti Aayog also took a note of us, and they kind of then wrote to all the voluntary organizations in their database. And that is where overnight many NGOs kind of got associated with us, and then we had a database of 4,000 NGOs and around 4,500 volunteer base that we got. With them, in 2.5 months, we were able to reach out to around 4.5 lakh people, feeding them, ensuring that they get cooked food or ration. So that is why it was named as India COVID Action Network, ICAN. So that is the a little bit of story that I want to share with you. It was totally a volunteer-driven initiative, and it still exists. Right now, we are doing a couple of projects with government. We're doing a project on malnutrition, Niti Aayog, and a couple of other projects. Again, it's a voluntary-driven sort of an outfit within the Rambhau Malgi Prabodhini umbrella. So thank you once again for having us here and giving us an opportunity to share this with other people who've done remarkable work during the lockdown COVID times. Thanks once again.
I would request everyone to mute your mic. Thank you, Mr. Pokharna. And, I'm sure we can do together a lot of things together, and we could serve together. Thank you very much. Can we request Hussain Kumarji to announce the next?
Our next impact leader is Kaushalendra, who is the founder of Kausalya Foundation.
Kaushalendra Google I am Sabji Wala, you would find from Patna. Served thousands of farmers over the year of COVID-19. Kaushalya Foundation, under his leadership, has responded through providing humanitarian vulnerable people in several locations across the country. Their interventions were providing cooked meals, and provided support state, providing dry ration packets, safety hygiene kits. Can you please request Rusenji to mute everyone?
Where is the admin of the mute everyone? Preji, there is panel, any panel where you can mute everyone?
Attendees there. Request all attendees to mute, please.
Can be unmuted, Pato?
Pandey, can you please mute yourself? And Galaxy on Max, please. Thank you. So, Kaushalya Foundation responded to the pandemic through 2 interventions, providing cooked meals to 4.7 million 7.5 million meals till date, providing dry ration packets and providing safety hygiene kits and also COVID awareness campaigns in the rural India. And they had this farmers first approach where they ensure input, output, and extension the free transport facilities with the support of local administration and linked them to the nearest market and linked them with the buyers. Total approximately 450 metric ton of agri produce has been marketed through this channel during the lockdown period, March to June 2020. Free seeds and small farm to vulnerable farmers and migrants who had returned and were willing to do the farming. May I now request Mr. Kausalendra to say a few words, please.
Yeah, namaskar. Good evening to all. And a special congratulations to all the impact leaders who have received the awards. And a special thanks to India CSR team, Paresh ji and Rushan Kumar ji, for organizing and deciding to confer award to the people who have done some work. I would still say some work because there are a lot of work had to be done in those 9 months. Kaushalya Foundation, it was founded in 2007. I and some of my IMA colleagues have founded this with the aim and objective to serve Bihar and Jharkhand. When the COVID struck, since February, we have started going through the news, started going through the everything. And in March 2nd week, I think we had decided as an organization to start with our awareness campaign for the farmers, so that farmers who are participating in different value chain or our community who have been participating can be better prepared, to tackle this pandemic. So on 16th of March, we started our awareness campaign and food relief to the most vulnerable section of the society from 28th of March 2020 we started. With the start of the lockdown on 22nd of the March, we realized it is the farmer, small and marginal farmers who are the most vulnerable. Small and marginal farmers, they have been depending on the nearest market to sell their daily produce, especially vegetable farmers. And that's where we decided, can we do something for them? And we approached the government, and thanks to the government, within 24 hours, we got permission for different trucks who can transport vegetables from and other agri produce from their uh, farm to the nearest mandis and to the any companies that we output companies. And we provided these transportation services to the farmer for first 4 months of lockdown, free of cost, totally 100% subsidized. And simultaneously, we started noticing that many people, many migrants are coming back and they have nothing to do in the village. They have no alternate source of livelihood. Then we initiated. Okay, food will be ready soon. Started giving Aparajit, can you ask to mute them? Then we started providing free seeds, small equipments to small farmers, and especially those who have returned back to the villages. And we are very proud to share that in last 9 months, they have produced more than 4 crores of they have produced more than they have produced agriculture produce which was more than 4 crores. In last 9 months, those migrants who have returned back and again started doing farming. And again, I must very proudly mention over here, because of our Corona commandos, volunteers that we have mobilized, more than 600 volunteers, we are still continuing with all our efforts. In Patna, we are still providing free meal daily to approximately 1,000 people still, because we are still finding, we are still having the demand for the free meal, especially from the vulnerable communities, beggars, LGBTQ, and others who cannot afford, still do not have any livelihood means. And so here I again request to founder and managing trustee of Roti, can we partner for this, because he was looking for some reliable partner for Bihar. So we have the bandwidth, we have the dedicated volunteers and Corona Commando. And last but not the least, as an organization, we want to devote this award to all our Corona Commandos, all our volunteers. They deserve this award because they were at the forefront. They were fighting all the dangers that were coming with the Corona. And there are special thanks, and I must salute all Corona Commandos and frontline workers of Kausalya Foundation and the team. And thanks to all. Thanks, Aparesh ji and Roshan ji, for organizing this.
Thank you very much, Kaushal ji. Everyone knows, see, we being Bihari people, we know your commitment and your work at the, we wish you all the best, and we would like to render support in whatever way we can over the years to come. Thank you very much. With this, the next, we invite Rusen Kumar ji to announce the next impact leader, please.
So our impact leader is Mr. Sonu Sood, film actor, producer, and the humanitarian.
Mr. Sonu Sood, because of his film's commitment, could not join, but let me read what he has done. I'm sure everybody knows what he has done over the last few months. In May 2020, during the nationwide lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Sood helped thousands of stranded Indian migrants workers to reach their homes by arranging buses, special trains, and chartered flights for them. In July 2020, he arranged a chartered flight to bring home over 1,500 Indian students stranded in Kyrgyzstan. During the pandemic was lauded, and he was hailed as a real-time hero in India. On 25th of July 2020, a video of farmers daughter plowing field like bulls with a yoke on quickly sent the family a tractor. On 5 August 2020, he helped 101 medical students, predominantly from Tamil Nadu, who were stranded in Moscow during the lockdown, reach Chennai safely on a chartered flight arranged by him after they contacted his team for help. We wish him all the best for the website and the app he has launched. It is called Pravasi Rozgar to help migrant workers find suitable jobs amid the pandemic. I am sure people within the CSR community would help him support the migrant workers, help migrant workers find their suitable jobs. Thank you very much. We wish him all the best. With this, we end the felicitation program of the 10 who have shown that we can and we can win against the pandemic. Thank you very much. And we now go on to the next part of India CSR Awards. And I hand over the mic to Mr. Hussein Kumar to take over, please.
So thank you, Sri Apres Misra. So we are here for 9th India CSR Leadership Award, and we are giving honor is a supreme principle for giving a life of greatness. So we must learn to walk in honor. If you dishonor other people, group of people or organization, you dishonoring the Almighty, and it will corrupt our harvest and affect our life of prosperity. On these words, I welcome you all at 9th edition of India CSR Awards. Today we are here for to present and honor excellence in corporate social responsibility, both individuals and organization. So corporate social responsibility, that is CSR, it is a strategic initiative to sustain the business in highly competitive business environment. So we observed that CSR enhance reputation, build positive bridge to the communities, benefits customer and the public at large, and is doing so affect the planet, people, and profit. So India CSR Awards recognize companies that have made a positive impact on the society through their innovative and sustainable CSR initiative and approach. The active participation of highly successful business in this India CSR Award proved that in the award that is highly popular and has earned respect and credibility from the Indian corporate houses. So here today, the India CSR Award is honoring and celebrating the innovation and significant contribution at CSR practices made significant impact to the community, economy, and the society. So we are proud of our involvement with the CSR awards over the years. With last year's and this year, we received large number of application from the corporations. So the aim of India CSR Award is to recognize the best practices of the Indian business, and is doing so they help translate best practices into the co-creation on the ground. So the award recognizes the organization on social project programs and increase the recognition of the corporate social responsibility principle in their business operations. this exciting and need-based innovative focus on the successful partnership between business and society, with particular emphasis on collaborative programs and projects that tackle contemporary social issues through innovation and action-oriented interventions. So the goal of the India CSR Awards are identifying and recognize exemplary CSR performance, projects and programs, give visibility to the corporate excellence, and raise awareness on the positive impact that business can have on society, bring the best practices, multiple stakeholder project into focus, enhance the exchange of CSR best practices across India, and finally encourage CSR collaboration between business and stakeholder. So we have individual awards for the leaders and social leaders also. We will start with the award giving ceremony by honoring the CSR and business leaders for their outstanding contribution to the society. And individual awards is recognition of the person outstanding contribution to the CSR sector. The contribution may be on innovation, knowledge, or way of improved professional practice in the CSR sector. Importantly, the contribution should above and beyond the everyday and have long-lasting impact in the Indian CSR. So, first, we are here to announce the CSR Professional of the Year Awards. We have selected two people for the CSR Professional Year Award. So CSR Professional Year Award, a leader who have been practicing to the field of corporate social responsibility in the area of social development for a decade. So this year we have two leaders. The first one is Dr. Lopamudra Pridarshini, the General Manager, Sustainability and Community Relation at Aditya Birla Group. And second, Sri Jitendra Rautre, Head Renew Power. So these leaders are very well known to the sector, and I will not take any much time on again giving introduction. I welcome Dr. Lopamudra to say few words on their innovation during the last couple of years.
Thank you, and I am greatly honored to receive this award. Thank you again for this warm recognition, India CSR Professional of the Year Award 2021. Today, receiving this distinguished recognition, I feel privileged and honored. At the same time, I feel that the enormous responsibility of this recognition, which inspires and motivates me to continue the dedicated work aimed to sustainability. We believe that this is the gateway to achieve precision medicine. Again, thank you so much. I think in the world we are today, it is extremely essential to build pathways to sustainability through moral, social, ethical, and practical initiatives. Also, we must understand and appreciate the dimensions of equality and sustainable development and their interlinkages. It is essential that we must encourage a society that values humanity above all. We must practice that, which I see is slowly diminishing. A society that fosters equality, diversity, inclusivity, and respect. Our mission must be to work in tandem with UN's sustainable developmental goals. Goals that make an impact in the community and environment we live in. I'm also very honored to be ambassador of SDG Chopal, which is an initiative at the grassroots level. It is the need of the hour to bring humanity above all. I keep repeating that. So we all have to serve. In one of the panels I heard, this is what we have to serve. We have been given a responsibility and we have to fulfill with ethically and best professional practices we carry from our experience, from my 25-year experience. That's what I give back. Let us all be a little more human every way, or treat each other with dignity, equality, and respect. I followed a session with mental health, the last one. Amazing. We need to smile. We need to do things for people. And I am committed to working in line with UN SDGs to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. My every initiative and effort are targeted to individual communities and initiative for sustainable social development. Like Rusainji rightly said a few time back, that we have to have multi-stakeholder based projects. Multi-stakeholder based initiatives always help a sustainable project where every single penny meant for the last mile beneficiaries should be given. Though may it be my climate smart initiative back in Haryana, the high livelihood program here in Odisha, in a tribal village of Odisha. I have traveled across the world, and today I feel that my knowledge sharing and my expertise are much more needed in a village of Odisha, in a tribal village of Odisha. So I relocate from UK, from Greece, from Italy to Delhi, and from Delhi to a tribal village. So this is what I believe. If I can create a small change, a small social ripple in the society, I would think that I did justice to what I have assigned and to the award. Rusainji, again, very, very thank you. And to all the viewers and all the juries who have chosen me. And I firmly believe that I'll going ahead, I'll keep up to that, and we'll do a lot more for the society. Thank you so much again. Thanks all the viewers who thought about me. Thank you, Rusainji, and thank you, India CSR Network.
Thank you so much, Lopaji. So our the next CSR Professional of the Year award is Jitendra Rautrai. Jitendra Rautrai ji, are you online? Yes, and he is a professional and heading the Renew Power Corporate Social Responsibility, and his leadership, the company is transforming the rural society in various locations. So I am inviting Mr. Jitendra to share his journey. Yes, please.
Thank you, Rusenji. Good evening to everybody. Thank you so much, India CSR and Rusenji and the entire team of India CSR for recognizing my efforts, and also to talk about why the CSR is required and what we can do together. So with regard to my journey, I'm from a very humble background, and though at this point I'm looking at the corporate social responsibility of Renew Power. If you look at my journey, I am in the sector for the last 22 years now, and when there was no concept of corporate social responsibility, it was only the social work. That time I joined the development sector as a development professional, and slowly evolved my experience in the development sector plus the corporate social responsibility sector. When the law came into being, then I joined this company. But prior to this, I was also looking the CSR program of Tata Tele Services. I was heading the corporate social responsibility wing of Tata Tele Services. And to me, CSR is, it is not about the law that as a company you have to do, but to me, it is a must-do thing. Unless you will not look at the bottom of the pyramid, you cannot sustain. Simply, we are talking about people, planet, and profit. But when you are talking about sustainable development goals, when you are talking about sustainable development of programs, we have to ensure whatever the programs we undertake or we design, that should be sustainable at the end of the day. So that is something that I'm actually struggling to you can say conceptualize in a very larger level, you can say macro level. But if you look at as an individual, as a company, we are doing a lot of things. Every company is talking about their CSR, their success stories, and their achievement. But the challenge is everybody is working in isolation. So how we can work together to make the program or to make the impact bigger and effective and sustainable. So that is something that we still need to figure it out. And as CSR professional, we should work together to make this happen. Thank you so much. That could be my highlight for the day. And I'm very happy. I'm really privileged to receive this award. Thank you so much, Rusenji, and the entire team of CSR.
So thank you, Jitendra ji. Now we have CSR Person of the Year award. So CSR Person of the Year award is for the person who has extremely the performance in corporate social responsibility. So this year we have CSR Person of the Year award for two people. First one is Abhishek Ranjan, who is director and global head for sustainability of Brilio Technology. He initiated national STEM program. So for his leadership to take the STEM to the grassroots level of the government school and government aided school. So I'm inviting Sri Abhishek Ranjan to say a few words on his recent work.
Thank you, Rusenji, and thank you, India CSR, for this honor. I'm truly privileged and humbled by this recognition. My association with CSR has been last 5 years, and it has been really a humbling experience, both as an individual as well as a corporate professional. My company Brilio, which is also a very young company, just a 6-year-old company, and when we started this, as a founding, pillars, we never thought that this is the kind of work we will do in sustainability. And I think thanks to our leadership, especially our CEO, Raj Mamodia, who envisioned this, who given this vision. And I think he's a perfect example of how the leadership of the company, once they drive the agenda, the impact is always, larger, greater and visible. Personally, I have been learned a lot, and I still vividly remembered my first article was published with India CSR in 2015. So my relationship also goes a long way with India CSR, and the 5 year to probably my work to be recognized, but it is a great feeling now. And while my journey started with marketing to CSR, then sustainability and now diversity also added, I think it's becoming a really business agenda for the companies. And if I talk about our CSR program in specific, what we have planned in 2015, a 5-year roadmap that we will help 50,000 children with the newest technology, science, technology, engineering, and math. And we stick to that 5-year agenda. Then this is what objective we have. We will go with this. We will achieve this first milestone. And now we are taking another milestone to reach 1 lakh children. And most of them will be girl child. And that's why we are launching STEM for Girls program in the month of February. This kind of experience working with the government schools, as Rusenji was saying, the digital divide and especially the learning, interest for subjects like maths and science is something we need to kind of really excite them about. And today the learning is all about, how do they do experiential learning? How did they experiment, create something out of it? And that's why we are using STEM. It's not about these subjects were always there in our syllabus, but we are taking to the next level by, inviting these children to be inquisitive, be entrepreneurial, innovators, so that these kind of learning lasts for them. While some of the baselines are different in a different geographies we work, but our ambition and our aim is to kind of bring all these children in the next 5 years at a level where they can compete and they can do wonders. Just to give you a success story, this year one of the Karnataka state topper for the 10th board exam is one of our beneficiary. And we were so humbled when we heard this story of a young boy working as a, as a construction laborer. He used to go morning 9 o'clock, come back at 5 o'clock, and being a construction laborer, helping his family to live with that, and he topped the state board. He was one of the state five toppers of the state board. Those kind of inspiration, aspiration drives me, every day. And as the name of the program is Bringing Smile, we will continue to bring more smiles to more children. And I thank India CSR and all my friends in the CSR fraternity by large, and Hussain ji for all your support and guidance all these 5 years. Thank you so much, sir.
So thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, for your great contribution to the humanity and education overall, the STEM education in India. So next I'm inviting Mr. Anand Maligwad, who is known as the Lackman of Bangalore. He has shown extraordinary commitment to the rejuvenate the dead lakes to protect our water bodies for our future generation. So I'm inviting him to say a few words.
So thank you so much, India CSR and Rushanji and all the jury panel members to recognize my work. And from 2017, I am working on lakes. Why I started is I was working with one of the company, automotive and aerospace industries, as a group head of CSR and projects. I seen, Bangalore is becoming a more and more water stress city, right? From 100 feet, now we have reached about 700 to 800 feet. And if you see, drill the borewell, earlier success rate of the borewell were about, 95%. Now not even 20 to 25%. So Bangalore is a lake city. Most of the lakes are buried and they are all become like filth and dumping, and a lot of sewage entering into the lake. So I decided, instead of blaming governments and people around, I am a consumer of water, air, everything from nature. And I started working on lakes with the help of my own company and with the CSR support. So first lake I rejuvenated in 2017, which is a 36-acre lake in less than 45 days, less than 1 crore rupees. And today that lake is one of the best ecological hotspot in the Bangalore, where you will find a lot of fishes, birds, huge forest, across the lake. And it is also rejuvenated, a lot of, borewells. So most of the dead borewells have become, recharged, and people started fresh agriculture. That is how journey started. Within 3 years to 4 years time, I could able to rejuvenate about 8 lakes by me, by bringing CSR support and crowdfunding, as well as about 180 acres of barren land has been created, about 172 lakhs cubic meter of water holding capacity, which are huge forest, fruits, medicinal plants, and other thing, right? And also I helped other communities to rejuvenate another 2 lakes, which is 10 lakes. Now 3 are in progress. In fact, in pandemic situation, I could able to rejuvenate 3 lakes. Of one is 36 acre, one is about 47 acres, one is about 18 acres. In fact, Intel Corporation's one of the lake, it won global award, like a Brave Blue award from the global level, because of my design and execution, the way I create the lake. And most of my philosophy is to create ecological lake rather than creating, just structures. So my request is that pandemic will come and go, like, lot many such situations like a drought and a flood, everything will be there. It is a part of life. But if you see really India, it is becoming water stress country, and we are facing a lot of drinking water. Like by 2025, we will going to have 21 cities zero water. By 2030, we will going to have a huge water problem. My kind request for all the CSR experts and everybody, along with the health, education, and pandemic situations are like this, also work on lakes, water bodies, and rejuvenate more and more lakes so that they recharge our aquifers, so that we will have a good drinking water for our community. So let's work on most of the sustainable solutions, whereas lakes, forest, and wildlife. So that is my humble request. Thank you so much for recognizing again, and thank you so much for Yatharth and their parents, to work along with me, in a lake projects and lot many things. So, and also, like supporting continuously.
Hussein, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you so much, Mr. Anand, for your great contribution to the humanity and environment. Water is fundamental to survive the humanity, and it is our responsibility to restore and care our water bodies. So thank you so much for your great work, and keep doing your endeavors. So thank you so much. So now we are here for leadership award. Leadership award is for senior leaders of the industry and the sector. So leaders help themselves and others to do the right things. They set direction, build an inspiring vision, and create something new. India CSR Leadership Award is honor to the visionary leaders. Their leadership maximize the efforts of others towards the achievement of goal. So today we are going to honor 3 leaders with the India CSR Leadership Award 2021. The Dr. Vinita Varadia, Deputy Director, United Way of Baroda, for excellence in the social service, and Dr. Pankaj Garg, founder and advisor of the Jyoti Vidyapith Women's University, Jaipur. He established very unique university focused on the women. And third, we have Mrs. Suchita Oswal Jain, the Vice Chairman and Joint Managing Director of the Vardhaman Textile. So may I request these 3 panelists, our awardees, to be live. Dr. Dinesh, and Mr. Pankaj Garg. We have added you as a panelist. You are most welcome to be Pankaj Garg. So, Dr. Binita, Dr. Binita, are you there? Presji, can you aid Dr. Binita?
Can you please make me the host? I can then add her.
Okay. Yes, please. So I welcome Dr. Pankaj Garg, the founder and advisor, Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Women's University, Jaipur, to say a few words on your ongoing work and your future plan. Yeah, you're most welcome.
नमस्कार, सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हुसैन साहब, आपको और आपके इस नेटवर्क को कि आपने एक ब्रिज का काम कर रहे हैं। आप बेसिकली CSR जो वर्ड है वो कॉर्पोरेट्स के लिए, कॉर्पोरेट्स को उनकी सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बताने के लिए, being India's first private university, we are include the social responsibility in our curriculum, क्योंकि हम भविष्य के कॉर्पोरेट्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, गवर्नमेंट पोर्टफोलियोज को देने वाले हैं। तो जो रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डिमांड में है, जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की रिक्वायरमेंट है, नेसेसरी है, विलिंगली और एज पर इनकम टैक्स गाइडलाइन, अभी से स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में अगर आ जाती है तो जरूर वो उस पे आगे आने वाले समय में ध्यान देंगे और अच्छे से अच्छे अपना एक भूमिका निर्वहन करें। यूनिवर्सिटी का जो मिशन है, जो आज से 12 साल पहले, सारे वर्ष पूर्व लिखा गया, एजुकेशन फॉर कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट, उसको फोकस करते हुए यूनिवर्सिटी की कंपल्शन एक्टिविटी CDA, कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटीज, नियर बाई सराउंडिंग एरियाज में और भी ग्लोबली थ्रू ऑनलाइन वेंचर स्टूडेंट्स बड़े सक्सेसफुली कंडक्ट करते। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं आपके नेटवर्क को कि आज आपने उस मिशन को एंडोर्स किया, यूनिवर्सिटी मिशन को एंडोर्समेंट किया। ये अवार्ड मेरे माध्यम से सभी स्टूडेंट्स, मेरी बिटियाओं, उनको प्रोत्साहन देगा और आगे बढ़ने पे सहायक होगा। थैंक यू हुसैन साहब, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप।
So really, we are admired to your contribution to the humanity and society. I want to add one more awardees in this our journey. That is Madan Padki, the Social Entrepreneur of the Year Award. I'm inviting Mr. Madan to say a few words on the recent work.
Thank you, Hussain-ji, Apres ji, for this recognition, and really appreciate the work. It's an honor to be amongst all of you, and humbled by the terrific work that each one of you are doing. As I see, there's a story in Ramayana about the squirrel and Rama, where the squirrel is patted on the back for taking pebbles to build the bridge. And many times I feel the work that we do is like taking small pebbles to the great ocean and trying to figure out how do you build a bridge to a better world. And it is that kind of a feeling that I am, that's over me coming as I'm here. Just that, you just start by doing what is necessary, then suddenly you start doing what's possible, and suddenly you're doing the impossible. As a social entrepreneur, that's been my journey. How do you really connect to young people, specifically in rural areas, and help them to kind of figure out what their unlimited potential is and what kind of change makers can they be there? Be the work at the Head and High Foundation, One Bridge, where we run as one of a large village commerce network, or through the Global Alliance of Mass Entrepreneurship, where we're trying to figure out how do you really create a last mile entrepreneur in every village who can thrive and create employment for others, or my work with UNICEF as an advisor to UA. I think operating as a entrepreneur to me is the most important part here, because the challenges are so large, and only through a collaborative effort can we together solve all of this. So I look forward to working with each one of you in making the world a better place, and whatever the squirrel survey that we can do, happy to carry more pebbles to the ocean. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Mr. Madan, for great contribution to the society. Now I'm inviting Dr. Vinita Veredia to say a few words on your recent work in the Baroda region.
Yeah. So thank you, Roshan. And first of all, many thanks to India CSR Network for organizing a great summit and bringing so many philanthropists, corporates together. And hearing the thoughts was a really provoking part of it. So thanks to India CSR Network for your humble gesture for considering us, not me, I would consider us, and appreciating our journey of development sector. I am from United Way Baroda, and I say this award is not for only me, but it's basically the whole board who has been party to with us, our NGO partners, our team together has built a strong network in Baroda and in now in Gujarat. We work in whole over Gujarat. So it has been a very great thing. Now after 23 years, like like I would say 3 decades working in development sector, I personally what I think working in 3 major big NGOs and corporates, started my journey from a researcher and now to a management level, that sort of thing. I think there are 5 pillars that is required, maybe in corporate, maybe in NGO sector. This 5 pillars has to be there to bring a change in the community or to make a better society. First is the collective impact. It can't be one person taking the lead, one person can do all the things. Together has to come together. It may be our NGO partners, our donor, our corporate, our citizens community has to come together. And that's where the collective impact plays a major role. So everybody should have an inbuilt thing that how we do collaborate with many of the things with different minds together to bring a success. Second is the long-lasting change. We should think of the projects where more on long-lasting change. It can't be like doing 1-year project and moving around that part of it. So in United Way Baroda, what specifically we do, we're running a program, is a interest-free loan program from last 15 years, where any student of Gujarat can apply to us. We have specific 7 tiers of scrutiny part of it. Once a deserving student has been selected in our program, he or she is supported throughout his life, and will imagine that we have almost changed their life of the thing of 1,000 students. Basically, it's not for 1 year, for complete studies, and we have more than 500 engineers. They are studying in the premium institutes now. More than 200 medical doctors with us who are really, I think 75 have become the doctors or paramedical. They're running their own hospitals or clinic, or still they're studying further. The engineer students have now gone to multinational companies, have changed their life. The students who didn't had 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees to pay the fees, and when they're studying in the very big institutes like IIT, NEET, NIRMA, and everything, there was high constraint of financial stability. And so we came down over here, and with our own corpus, we started funding the students, and there's a whole interest-free loan thing part of it. So any student from Gujarat can apply this sort of thing. This is making a lot of changing. In this 15 years, you will very imagine and you'll be proud to know that part of this. Now, apart from our students, now there are 5 students who have came back to us after prepaying 100% to us, and they are adopting our students. So this program has taken one step ahead. It's not only we funding up, our own student is funding other students. So they have changed their own life, their family, and the generation life. So we want to make a long-lasting change. So in every program, we should have some long-lasting change, and that is we work on. Third, we believe in the result-oriented. So any program, it should have some result. It may not be always a positive result, but it's a negative result. But we should work on it. Like what Ranjanji said is perfect. We should have a baseline. So in our all programs, we work on the baseline. We make a lot of sustainable SDGs plan to it, and we then start the program. It's not just dumped into the field and do the thing. Baselines plays a major role, and after completing 3 years, we start off impacting and we do the end line and come off the process part of it. And fourth major is the high governance standards. So it may be a small NGO partner, our donor, we always have a high standard governance standard because the transparencies play a major role. You must be knowing United with Baroda is one of the funding agency basically. We started last 34 years back in Baroda, and we have a globally acclaimed of fundraising event. That's a Garba Mahotsav, which bringing 50 to 60,000 donors to a ground of Baroda for 9 days. And these donors help us to raise the funds for the whole year, and we do a lot of NGO, lot of service development sectors. We fund a lot of donors like local NGOs, like 100 local partners. We donate them also. We enrich them all, and we do a lot of capacity building the part of it, apart from a lot of CSR programs. So let's say United Baroda's history says that we are want to work by ourselves, and the whole team members goes to ground to work on that sort of thing. And major pillars what we work is that we work on access to quality education that should bring to a stable job. That's the first thing. Second, we build healthier communities to a better society. We enhance the skills to bring the financial stability. We promote the sustainable environment, and we uphold the rights of inclusion of differently able peoples and special needs for it. STEM has also been a part in last 3 years, and we have been working on STEM a lot. But major thing is our health, education, and livelihood that has taken a lot of things in 34 years. And I would really thank Hussein ji and Apres ji for everything, and all the leaders, because hearing to them, there were a lot of things coming out of things. The United Way Baroda itself has a lot of, in the COVID, when COVID lockdown started on 21st, 22nd of March, we started working on 24th of March, and we first started with a high hot milk given to all the underprivileged of Baroda. And the funding was not from the CSR partners, but from our own corpus. We started working on it, and from the NGO sector, we could have a big corpus fund from our own, and we could do a lot of things. Lot of ventilators were donated, lot of high nasal flow was donated, ECGs machines were donated. Apart from the ration kit, PP kit, and 50,000 more on that part of it. But we also distributed a lot of laptops, because the students who were really in the study purpose, like in medical institutes and engineering, online studies were going on. They were not able to cope with the thing. So large number of Dell laptops were donated to them. A lot of tablets were donated to a lot of mobiles were donated, so they can continue their studies online, that part of it. The mental health was also a major role in this, because after August, September, October, there was a need of it. And we have a big program on the senior citizens. We have 1,000 senior citizens with us, and they face a lot of problems. And so we started doing a lot of webinars with them, and we have a home health, as a home maintenance programs with them, and our team started going to the senior citizens and doing a lot of things. So in short, I would say like it was a huge learning this year, and we could shift it to many other pillars also, and try to collaborate with a lot of NGO partners. So thank you, Hussein ji, for considering us in that part of it. I don't take this award with myself. I dedicate this whole award to my team, who's really worked hard in that part. Thank you everyone.
So thank you, Dr. Vinita. Now I'm inviting Mr. Dinesh Sindhwani on the behalf of Ms. Suchita Oswal Jain, the Honorable Chairman and Vice Chairman and Joint MD of Vardhaman Textile. So we have honored her as a India CSR Leadership Award 2021 for his great leadership on the corporate social responsibility. Under her leadership, the organization is really transforming the grassroots level on the, particularly in education, on bringing the migrant worker children to the mainstreaming of the education. So over to Mr. Dinesh.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Thank you very much. I'm DK Sindhwani. I'm representing Mrs. Suchita Oswal Jain, Vice Chairman and Joint Managing Director of India's leading conglomerate, Vardhaman Textiles. She is not able to make it herself because of an unavoidable engagement. So I'll be reading out her message. To begin with, I would like to thank India CSR for awarding me the India CSR Leadership Award 2021 and congratulate everyone who is contributing to build a resilient India in the new normal. CSR and social good is a subject close to my heart. I find it very important for the industries to carry out large and impactful activities for the people and the society, and I'm privileged to be a part of a group that can. Vardhaman is a progressively responsible organization and believes in giving back to society. We firmly believe that communities that host us play a major part in our success. With an emphasis on structured approach to growth, the CSR initiatives of Vardhaman Group, crafted with the same commitment and dedication.
Too much actually.
अरे यार प्रेस है नहीं लाइव यार
The CSR initiatives of Vardhaman Group are crafted with the same commitment and dedication as we do for our own business projects. Our CSR teams are continuously analyzing the avenues to understand the need and designing sustainable solutions for the same. For us, development is holistic and inclusive. We try to cover many aspects of social welfare. Our CSR endeavors primarily focus on uplifting the infrastructure of education and healthcare, besides rural development and women empowerment. Promoting education is a primary goal for us, since we believe that education is the key to break the chain of poverty. For the same, we have upgraded the infrastructure of several government schools and provided them with well-equipped classroom blocks, separate toilet complexes for boys and girls, water coolers with purifiers, equipped with computers and science labs. The selection of these schools was made following a need-based approach. These are the schools in the proximity of our manufacturing units, where the children of migrant labor and economically weaker sections of the society study. We realized that many of these schools did not have the required number of classrooms. Students had to sit in the open air, and teachers too worked hard in tough weather conditions. The seating arrangement changed depending upon the sun and rain. There were too many distractions, and in the absence of washrooms, girls particularly stopped coming to the school. The dropout rate was high. There was a sense of inferiority among children who had to bring sacks from their homes and sit on the ground. When we came across the situation, we decided to develop enabling environment for the students to study. Our goal was not to provide classrooms alone, but to bring about behavioral change to promote health and hygiene. The Vardhaman School Development Program is at present covering 65 schools and 41 Anganwadis. We have also launched a project titled Nandini. Project Nandini aims at generating awareness among adults and girls about menstrual hygiene management. These girls coming from backgrounds where they rarely received any guidance on menstrual health, we are providing them with affordable sanitary napkins, besides information and knowledge on MHM. We have installed sanitary napkin vending machines and incinerators in the schools and regularly organize sessions to address their doubts and enhance their understanding about the biological changes they are going through. The reason we picked schoolgirls for this initiative is that they can easily embrace change and take the information to other women in their community. Women empowerment and providing equal opportunity is a crucial aspect we work on. From the women working in our units to the women residing around, we develop inclusive programs to help them become confident decision makers of tomorrow. We counsel the parents of women coming from rural areas and instill faith about the safety and opportunities for growth that we provide at our factories. It is this emphasis on development that our women workers have not only delivered presentations at global platforms, but won accolades. We also invest heftily in making quality healthcare accessible to all and provide funded hospital and healthcare centers with advanced medical equipment. Besides, we provide grants for the treatment of poor patients and research on critical diseases. In the unprecedented times of global coronavirus pandemic, when safety and healthcare became the utmost priority, we continued contributing to society, from financial support to providing masks, PPE kits, testing machines, development of isolation zones, setting up of sample collection kiosks. We offered as much support as was possible. We also carried out sanitization drills, distributed ration kits and other essentials in old age homes and to the needy during the lockdown period. In the hour of distress, Vardhaman always steps forward to fulfill its responsibility as a corporate citizen. For a business to be sustainable, it is vital to care for the people, environment, and the country. We are all integrated, and every act of goodness will multiply several times and contribute to building the kind of society we wish to bequeath to our future generations. To conclude, Mrs. Suchita Oswal Jain would like to thank CSR once again for this honor. Thank you very much.
Rusenji, you are on mute. Thank you so much, Mr. Dinesh. Thank you so much. So now we will be starting the awards to the organization for their great contribution during the past couple of years. So first, we will be inviting the organization with the alphabetical order. And first, I want to invite Ample Solar. The organization has distributed 1 million cloth masks during the pandemic, and the company has made a large impact in the community. So we are honoring this organization as a winner in the mask distribution, the Ample Solar. Any representative? Ample Solar? Any representative? So we will move ahead. Now the second organization is Brilio Technologies. The organization is being awarded with the India CSR Project of the Year for the large impact. The organization is providing STEM education to 50,000 school children across 375 government schools of Karnataka. See, based on their large impact to the community on education, this award goes to Brilio Technologies as India's CSR Project of the Year award. So I'm inviting a representative of Brilio Technology to say a few words on this award.
Thank you so much, India CSR Network, for awarding our Brilio Bringing Smiles project as India CSR Award of the Year. Thank you so much. As our leader Abhishek Ranjan told, what started with one school in way back in 2015. We have reached around 375 schools, bringing smiles to over 50,000 plus children. And it all credits, all thanks goes to our leadership team, our NGO partners, and especially to our volunteers who have been our integral part of bringing smiles team. Just want to say what we did this year as a pandemic struck. What we did was we have actually segregated our children into 3 buckets. Basically, the children who has an accessibility to net connectivity and smartphone, and a student who doesn't have, children who doesn't have that, who just have a basic phone, and the children who doesn't even have that. So that was way back in when the pandemic struck in March. And for the students who have internet and smartphone, we brought them, we trained the government school teachers on Microsoft Digital Literacy Program. More than 1,000 teachers or volunteers have trained them. They started taking online class for these children. And the children who had basic phone, our Brilio volunteers stepped up. They did one-on-one phone mentoring, daily calling them half an hour, and make sure that their learning process continues. And for the students who doesn't even had that, through our NGO partners, we have reached them more than 10,000 plus children, delivering study materials and worksheets. And our volunteers also did fundraising, in also partnership with Zomato Feeding India. We have, reached these children, providing ration kits to over 1,000 families. And our volunteers are actually doing skill-based volunteering during this time, where they are, sharing their skills on technological skills to the NGO partners, capacity building program for the teachers. And thank you so much to all our NGO partners, our leadership team, and to our volunteers who have been an integral part. And thank you so much, India CSR team, for recognizing our Bringing Smiles project as a project of the year 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you, team Brilio. And the next award is for the winner of the Women Safety, the CGI Information Technologies and Management Consultant Private Limited. Under the leadership of Mr. Nirbhay Lumade, the Director Corporate Social Responsibility, the company is providing women safety, as your project has sponsored and extended support in annual maintenance of the over 362 CCTV in Chennai and Hyderabad towards women safety. So on how this your program has impacted the community, and how it is helping to the women's safety, I invite Mr. Nirbhay Lumade to say a few words on the impact of your work.
Thank you, India CSR team, for the recognition of the project. I think it makes a lot of encouragement for us as a company, the way we work in the communities where we have offices. Thank you so much to the CGI management for believing in us, for making the impact. CGI's CSR goal is to be recognized by our communities as a caring and responsible corporate citizen. One of our strategic priorities is tied to CSR goal is inclusion and women empowerment, in which we drive initiatives that demonstrate and promote opportunities for gender parity, where we have offices or in the communities where we live and work. One such initiative that would have just heard is about this setup and the maintenance of CCTVs for citizen safety in general, but it's more to do with women in particular in the cities of Chennai and Hyderabad, where we also have our offices. Our work with local police helps in safeguarding as many as 50 lakh population on a daily basis. We are happy to share that we could partner in the cities that have world's leading cities in terms of having CCTV cameras in the city. One, Chennai, followed by Hyderabad. I'm thankful to the NGO partners, Socio-Economic Education and Rehabilitation Society at Chennai, Society for Cyber Security Council at Hyderabad. And I'm sure, I think it would not be sufficient enough to say least, the Commissioners of Police at Chennai, as well as Commissioner of Police at Cyberabad, for the wonderful opportunity for us to work together and helping not just about the women, but in the larger sense about citizen safety. We have a long way to go, we would like to enhance some of these, the technology that we have been working, add some of the artificial intelligence and some of those, so make it these cities more safer, not just for the citizen, but more so in particularly women. Thank you again, India CSR team, for the recognition.
So thank you so much, Mr. Nirbhay Lumde, for your wonderful contribution to the women's safety in the urban area. So the fourth awardee is IBM. So we have Mrs. Jyotita Das, who leads AI for All, IBM AI curriculum for CBSE. So this program is judged as a best CSR education project for 2020 government partnership. IBM has introduced and implemented artificial intelligence AI as a elective subject with an in-school curriculum for grade 11 and 12 standard students. The program reached out to 1,000 teachers and more than 1,000 principals and 5,000 students over 700 hours of training from the Apromex, the around 500 CBSE school across India. So I'm inviting Jyotita Das to say a few words on the how they are doing and impacting society. Yeah.
Thank you, Roshanji, and the India CSR Network. Hello, everyone, all colleagues from the CSR Network from across the country. First of all, thank you for recognizing this piece of work, which I think the government of India, and particularly, MHRD then and Ministry of Education now, and CBSE board actually called out that just as, foundation skills that we have been all talking about is important, it is also important to focus on the future skills. And Niti Aayog in their AI strategy paper called out that education, introducing AI in education would obviously take this really, really leaps ahead for our country, based on a couple of principles that we needed to lay out. So once this was announced by CBSE in 2018, earlier 2018, we engaged with them and we built the entire curriculum framework for CBSE in association with the teachers, the principals, the teachers, and of course the students. So it started off as a pilot, and we introduced that in an in-school, what I think Secretary School Education now, Anita ma'am, wanted it to be integrated with Seva, and just as, Seva was doing different aspects of work, so AI had to be positioned there in school curriculum for all aspects and all subjects, not just for STEM or science or math teachers. So that is how it started, with that vision. And the current chairman was extremely supportive of this whole work. So we've brought together pedagogy and technology expertise together with both local and global organizations, university partners, not-for-profit partners. And we kind of reached out to a lot of government schools, private schools alike, because I think the foundation skill was based on something very simple, that we needed to not only give knowledge, we needed to give them skills, and that also action-based. And of course, both had to go hand in hand. So with this principle, and especially with the foundation laid out by both Government of India and in alignment with future of work with OECD, we created this curriculum framework, which has got integrated from this academic year. So the way it has contributed or benefited is, education is going to become really something as a main, forefront for the students who are opting for careers in AI or in technology later, understanding this right from the school level. That is, from grade 8, IBM is helping CBSE or co-creating this in grade 11 and 12. Now, professional development of the teachers was also very, very important as we talk about future skills. It is extremely important for them to for them to have that training. Equally important was training or giving the orientation to the principals, school principals. So we started off with really small focus group across 13 states. Very humble beginning that we have, but now I think we are scaling it up to almost 10,000 students and teachers from this current academic year, and it'll go on a platform basis. The trainings will continue, and the benefit of it or the impact of it will obviously keep accelerating as the scale goes up, because as we all know, there are almost 26,000 schools in CBSE fold. So we are very, very happy and honored to have to receive this recognition from India CSR, and happy to work with the network of team and partners here in the coming months. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, the team IBM. So we have one more representation from the IBM. So we are going to honor the IBM STEM for Girls India program. We found that this program, the best girls education, STEM education project 2021 for the large impact. So I'm inviting Mr. Manoj Balachandran, the head CSR of IBM India and South Asia, to say how this your program is impacting, empowering 3 lakh government schools students, mostly girls, over a span of 3 years, and drive as increase in the number of girls pursuing STEM in around 2,000 schools in 20 states. I welcome Mr. Manoj to say a few words.
So thank you so much, Hussein ji, and thank you so much to the CSR Leadership Summit 2021. And it's an honor to receive this award on behalf of IBM. STEM for Girls is a program which we launched in 2019 with a vision to reach out to over 300,000 students, out of which 200,000 girls and 100,000 boys. To inspire them into the world of STEM. IBM is a 109-year-old technology company. We have been there, we have done that in the technology space. So our intent is to inspire and motivate students to enter into the world of STEM. So that was the reason we designed this program called STEM for Girls, launched along with the Prime Minister and our ex-CEO in 2019. We are there in 11 states as of now, addressing close to 125,000 students as of now, as of date. It's a 3-year engagement. This year, 2021 and 2022, we are expecting to reach 300,000 students. The whole idea is to ensure that kids who are in tier 2, tier 3 cities understand that the future of jobs has an element of STEM involved in it. They need to be that they need to understand that jobs of the future have emerging tech involved in it, and our intent is to make sure that they are taken into that road and led, and they do not get demotivated with new terms and technology, and they don't get frightened with all that. So we do have agency building, we have career counseling, we have coding and mentoring, along with all the digital literacy programs which we have. We undertake this program with around 11 partners, and it's been a very successful program for us. It is one of our largest initiatives which we have anywhere in IBM, and we continue to make lasting impact in these girls. So thank you so much for all the recognition, and really again, a best wishes to all the other winners as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj, for your great contribution to the STEM Education for Girls program. So now I'm inviting the next organization, that is L&T Hydrocarbon Engineering Limited. Kriti Bajal, the representative of L&T Hydrocarbon Engineering Limited. Kriti Bajal.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, please. So the company is working in Vasai region of Maharashtra. We honoring this organization as best integrated village development project in Maharashtra under the village development category. And the program of the this company is Environment Health Improvement Program in Vasai, Maharashtra. The villages located in reserve forest area consist of the mostly tribal population. The interventions included empowering the existing villages level governance through the participatory approach, building capacities of community to implement activities in water management, sanitation, health in Vasai region of Maharashtra. I'm inviting Mrs. Kriti Bajal to say few words in very brief manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusenji. First of all, I would like to thank India CSR Network for such a distinguished podium and recognition. And then I would also like to thank our group head HR and CSR, Mr. MVN Rao. And we took it on as a structured challenge, and the sense of achievement is immense, not just for myself, but for the entire LTHE community. Something which started as a Clean India initiative turned out to be a deep dive into an integrated village development program. And we are happy with our initiative and the recognition that CSR Network has given us. This award is also a recognition of how important CSR is not just for our L&T Hydrocarbon as one of the top and largest EPC contractors, but for the communities that they are able to thrive, that they are able to give back to. I would also like to thank our partner NGO Akahi, who have worked in tandem with our CSR philosophies and policies. Thank you so much once again for the recognition.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Kriti. So the next organization is Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Mahindra & Mahindra is being awarded as a best watershed project in Telangana, agriculture. See, organization is improving livelihood and agriculture productivity through integrated watershed management approach in Bochileni and nearby villages in Telangana. See, total storage water capacity of 26,000 cubic meter has been created with 51 water harvesting structure that have harvested 137,000 meter cubic of surface roof of benefiting 128 farmers of the Telangana village under the district of Sangareddy district. So I'm inviting the representative of Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, the Rajesh Nunn, Mr. Rajesh has joined.
Yeah.
So you're most welcome.
Thank you, Sanji.
And good evening, everyone. Thanks to CSR India for recognizing us. We are really pleased to be honored for this project work in collaboration of Mahindra and ICRISAT. ICRISAT is the International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, located in Patancheru, Hyderabad. So I am representing on behalf of all the team members from ground to Mahindra CSR team and ICRISAT team. So we are all aware that many regions are facing water issues like declining water levels, and especially soils are degrading because of excessive utilization of fertilizers, low crop yields, and malnutrition with the women and children. So in this project, we are working since 3 years to address these issues like enhancing the groundwater aquifers availability during the monsoon season and effectively use them in the non-monsoon period by training the farmers how to utilize them in non-monsoon period effectively. And also we are encouraging the farmers how to increase their yields through best science-based technologies, through improved varieties, improved nutrient and pest and disease management technologies, so that with a small interventions they can gain at least 15 to 40% yield increase, and at least 5,000 to 15,000 rupees per acre per year. So not only that, we are also encouraging self-help groups, non-agriculture labor to have train on millet-based cooking and kitchen items, so that they can encourage, they can become entrepreneurs, or at least they can eat at the homes, so that the malnutrition in the children and women can be addressed. So as Sanji was saying that in this one village, we have created 51 structures, which is the 25,000 cubic capacity. And every year we are harvesting rainwater during monsoon season, 1 to 1.5 lakh meter cube of water, which we have observed nearly 2 to 4 meters of groundwater rise in the aquifer during the by end of the monsoon season, and which is benefiting nearly 130 to 150 farmers every year. So we really thank for recognizing us, the India CSR team, and look forward to do more work like this in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Thank you so much. So in the next, we have one more award for Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. Any representative of Mahindra and Mahindra Limited? Mrs. Preeti Kohli. Vikram Singh. Any representative from Mahindra and Mahindra Limited to receive this honor? So we are going to honor Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, the best women empowerment project, agriculture. The women empowerment farmers as change maker in agriculture. The organization is benefited 689 rural and tribal women farmers from 52 villages in 6 regions of the 3 states of Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. So I am inviting the representative of the company to receive this honor and also say a few words on the recent contribution to the farm development and women empowerment. Anyone from Mahindra and Mahindra? So we will move. So we are going to honor Marico Limited. Marico Limited, the best education project in Madhya Pradesh has large impact. The company is implementing WhatsApp API backed teacher empowerment system. The company effectively enables 1 lakh teachers to teach English language to the students of Madhya Pradesh with state government partnership by using technology in a simple and effective manner. So on this word, I'm inviting the company representative, Marico Limited, to join to receive this honor. Any representative of the this Marico Limited, Mr. Ujjwal Bahal. So there is no representation of the company. The next award goes to Power Formulation Private Limited. So we are going to honor the company as best CSR project in Tamil Nadu, healthcare, the mobile healthcare unit project. The organization is directly benefiting 20,000 marginalized population of 20 village near Kalambakam and Kalatur, Chennai in Tamil Nadu. I am inviting the company representative to receive this honor and say few words on their contribution to the
Thank you,
CSR
Ruzen.
sector in village
Thank you
development.
so much. Thank you so much for the award. A pleasant good evening to all. It's immense pleasure indeed to meet all of you in virtually. My appreciation to Ruzen and Indian CSR team. Social environmental responsibility have always been the forefront of opportunity philosophy of power formulation, and we in turn started this project in 2017 with the vision to serve the people who cannot reach the hospital, who are in the village, who are not able to mobile from home to the hospital. So this project started in 2017, and as of now, there are 40,000 people got benefited. We launched a mobile health unit wherein the doctors, nurse, pediatricians, and gynecologists goes to the village every day. That is 30 days in a month, not even a Sundays off, because we find the requirement is very heavy, and we treat them. The doctors will try to treat them and advise them on their village itself. If it is anything referable to the hospital, they refer to the hospital with the help of CM Relief Fund. And this project was very well impacted, and people are definitely looking forward every fortnight. They look forward the vehicle to come and serve them. And the distribution of the free medicine has become very major requirement. It was a really very successful project. We have started with a vision we did a survey in Indore also. In MP also, this requirement has come up. We are going to start shortly the same project in Indore also. We also cater educational project in Mumbai, which is school. We are adapting 2 schools with a science lab and computer labs. And we deputy teachers, and there are students who have been definitely looking forward for infrastructure and support from educational. Thanks for the Indian CSR team for recognizing PAR project has become one of the best projects in Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, Ruzan.
Thank you, the Power Formulation team, and you are doing wonderful job to serve the rural community of the Tamil Nadu. So our next award goes to Roop Automotives Limited. We are honoring this organization as a best project in Haryana in education. The organization is running a school support program. So I'm inviting Roop Automotives Limited representative. The company is directly reached and impacted more than 3,500 students and 100 teachers on a daily basis of 9 primary, middle and senior secondary schools in Gurgaon and Hun district of Mewat region of Haryana. The program has transformed government schools into model schools. To say in detail and how they are CSR performing in these remote villages of the state of Haryana. I'm inviting representative of Roop Automotive to say few words.
Good evening, Mr. Kumar. I think my video has been stopped.
Okay, let me.
Yes, no problem.
Let me. Please give me a voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Gaurav Jain from Roop Auto.
Yes, please.
Yes, perfect. I can see myself now. Yeah. Good evening. Very good evening to everyone. First of all, I have to say honestly, I am very, very overwhelmed. The list of award recipients is phenomenal. This was our first time, applying for an award category in India CSR. And I, on behalf of Roop PK Jain Foundation as well as Roop Automotives, we are very, very honored. So thank you very much. It's sad that the entire team cannot be here. It's just me who's representing them because the award actually, the right recipients are all the entire team of Roop VK Jain Foundation. Our program manager is also here, who have worked relentlessly towards such a basic cause. Education is such a basic, it's a necessity for everyone. And unfortunately, the area where our plants are located, they are so underprivileged that education is not seen as a basic necessity. And hence, we took it upon ourselves that, education needs to reach one and all, which as a result, you can see our program reaches more than 3,500 students. Thanks to our partners also, we also have SRF Foundation here, who's also been our partner here. And not just the students, but our focus also was on how can we make education more interesting, which is why we had teacher training program. That has been a great success. I would like to sum it up by saying that March onwards, March 2020 onwards, all of us were hit by a pandemic. July, August onwards, we had started our classes in the form of Mohalla Pathshalas, where we were making sure that kids' education does not, stay behind. We were imparting education on WhatsApp as well as in small groups in the community. So once again, thank you so very much. We are very, very honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So we have our celebrity guest, Shivani Kashyap. Shivani ji, we welcome you at this India CSR Award. And we will listen you after this award distribution ceremony. And
thank you so much.
Please be with us.
Sure. Thank you.
So the next award goes to SRF Foundation. I'm inviting Dr. Y. Suresh Reddy, the director of the SRF Foundation. So this award is the best STEM-led education project through partnership, government partnership, both corporate partnership, for the large impact. The organization is promoting future skill among students and educators through the Atal Tinkering Lab and artificial intelligence. See, the organization promotes future skill among more than 2,000 students directly, and in 97,000 people indirectly of the 488 school with the support of the government agencies and corporate partnership. I am happy to invite Mr. Suresh Reddy to receive the honor and say a few words.
Thank you, Hussein. I think my video is being stopped. Just can you release the video?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, India CSR, the team Hussein and Apresh, for the effort you being made and recognizing our effort. And this credit goes to our partners, the IBM and the Niti Aayog. This is the collaborative project of these three partners. As you know that SRF is being an implementing agency. It takes care of the CSR of its own parental company, SRF Limited, as well as CSR of other companies too. I am happy to say that in this award ceremony, three of our partners like just now Roop Automotive and also earlier Brilio, also we are implementing the programs for them along with this IBM as well. So in this program of promoting the future skills through Atal Tinkering Labs and artificial intelligence among the students and teachers, this program started just in Haryana a couple of years back, and the program has been scaled up to the pan-India level. Thanks to the COVID, the COVID has given us opportunity to go beyond the traditional mode. The traditional mode normally we call the teachers one place and train them. Because of the COVID, the digital platform we have made use of and reach the many teachers across the country pan-India level, and able to reach 488 teachers and targeting the students there. And through this program, going beyond the school curriculum, how we can make the children and the educators ready for the future in applying the design thinking process and using the Arduino, Raspberry Pi, sensors, electronic items, robotics, CNC mills. So how they can come up with solutions for the existing problems in various SDG goals what we have, and developing some prototypes and incubating them and emerging as an entrepreneurs innovators. So this is the aim of this project, and we have been started this in Haryana, scaled up to parental level, and we have to go a long way because this is the very large program of the government, and we are the just initiated our effort along with the fellow corporate partners, and journey is on. And I wish to dedicate this recognition to the partners as well as my team members who tirelessly work from the office and the field level, and the representatives of the IBM and Niti Aayog. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Reddy, for the great contribution to this society in the area of future skill and education. So we have the next organization, that is Take Mahindra Foundation. Take Mahindra Foundation. Any representative from Take Mahindra Foundation?
Yes, I am there from Tech Mahindra Foundation, but I cannot unmute video.
Yeah, sure. Can you give? Ricky ji, please mute your video. The representative of Mahindra, please say a few words so that we can recognize you in the
Yes.
So
I still can't put my video on, but
please, we just implemented.
A very good evening, and
yeah, please give me a few minutes. So we are honoring the Take Mahindra Foundation as a best corporate foundation to support the community in the COVID-19 as a relief project for large impact. So best corporate foundation on COVID relief. See, the organization provided dry rations to the more than 3,94,000 people suffering from the financial crisis, distributed around 2 lakh meals to the migrant workers and daily wages earner. It served more than 3 lakh people benefited from this sanitized community toilet in slum of Mumbai and Pune. 29,000 PPE kit to frontline workers, and 14 hospitals were supported with the medical equipment. And the company has also distributed thousands of masks to the community. So I'm inviting the representative of the Tech Mahindra Foundation to say a few words on the impact and how they face the challenges during the implementation of this project. Yeah, please. Yes, sure,
On,
please.
on behalf of Tech Mahindra Foundation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the India CSR Network and Rusenji for recognizing the efforts of the foundation in conducting the COVID relief activities. Beneficiaries during the COVID relief activities included people from across the country, daily wage earners in Dharavi, the Shobor community in Purulia, tribal population in Jharkhand, migrated laborers in Sundarbans, transgender communities in Odisha, to name a few. Awards, needless to say, are joyous occasions, but this one is indeed special for the foundation. This journey in the last 9 months has taught us to be resilient, given us invaluable insights into the lives of the people at a time when all of us were faced with the pandemic of this magnitude, and it reinstated our belief in the triumph of the human spirit. On behalf of Tech Mahindra Foundation, I would like to congratulate all the awardees in this very special year, and once again, my gratitude and thank you to you.
Thank you so much, team Tech Mahindra Foundation, for great contribution in the crisis. So next organization we are going to honor is Vardhaman Textiles Limited for their Vardhaman School Development Program. We are awarding this organization as India CSR Project of the Year Award. We selected this organization for this category. The project is being run at 3 geographic location: Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh, where more than 20,000 migrant families with low income are able to send their children in well-maintained government schools. The company is providing all necessary support to the government schools. A total of 65 government schools and 41 Anganwadis were covered under this program. Around 30,000 students are getting benefited and continue their education in well-maintained infrastructure and environment conducive for the learning. So I'm inviting the company representative, Mr. Ricky Raj, to receive the honor and enlighten about his vision for the.
How do I start on my video? So this is Hardeep Kaur.
The ongoing program.
Could you please?
Hardeep Kaur and Mr. Ricky Raj, we are jointly here.
Our video is paused. Our video is on hold.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. This is Hardeep Kaur from Vardhaman Textiles, and with me is Mr. Raj, the CSR manager of Vardhaman. Well, as it was beautifully explained by Mr. Rike Sindwani, that Vardhaman Textiles is rooted in values, and we have always emphasized on holistic and inclusive development. We understand the importance of support from community for industry and believe in giving back to the society.
Voice is not coming clearly. Please, the closer to the mic.
Okay. Is it better?
Yes.
So our CSR initiatives are designed to positively impact lives. One such model to promote education is Vardhaman School Development Program, wherein we provide government schools with the required infrastructure on the basis of test needs. We believe that creating an enabling environment for the students to study is a major requirement. minimum distraction not only helps in the perfect absorption of knowledge, but also has a great impact on the students' holistic development. Under the initiative, we have constructed classrooms, village complexes, computer labs, and provided schools with amenities like water coolers, water purifiers, student desks, and computer systems. The vision behind Vardhaman School Development Program is to make quality education accessible to the students belonging to marginalized sections of the society. In the words of Honorable Chairman and Managing Director of Vardhaman Group, Mr. S.P. Oswal, who is a Padma awardee, the future of tomorrow lies in the classrooms of today. Education is the key to breaking the cycle of poverty and building a brighter future for the citizens and also the country. I thank India CSR for acknowledging the initiative and awarding Vardhaman with India CSR Project of the Year Award 2021 in textile. My humble regards to everybody doing the bit building the resilient area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosail, for organizing such a beautiful conclave and award ceremony. We are giving you congratulations from our side. Thank you very much, India CSR team. On behalf of Vardhaman Textile, I give you best wishes for the success and the popularity. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It's a great honor for us. Thank you.
Thank you, team Vardhaman Textile. So the next organization is Vector Green Energy Private Limited. The organization earlier known as Pergenia Wind Power Limited. So I'm inviting, we have here with us Hemraj and Hemraj Singh and the Samir Mathur of the representing the organization. So we are happy to announce the company as a best community development project for the year 2021 for the solar energy sector. And the project, the name of the project is Together Towards Tomorrow. See, organization project is being implemented in and around the village which come under the operation area in 7 states: Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. The company's CSR outreach span to more than 50 villages and is implementing, impacting close to 12,000 lives of 2,000 poor families surrounding the manufacturing facilities. It has generated employment for more than 1,000 people in remote area of the nation around the project, directly and indirectly. To more say about the project and receive the honor, I'm inviting both the leaders. So please join us.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Samir. I am Chief Operating Officer for Vector Green Energy. Firstly, I would like to say a big thanks to the organization India CSR, who had shown their immense patience while discussing with us, and then many queries which are there, and we were in fact answering them, and that entire selection process. So a big thanks to the team over there. As an organization, we are a very young setup. We started our journey in 2017. And in fact, I am hearing since the beginning of this event, there are many experienced leaders who are here presenting their views and then the organizations as well. So when we look at ourselves, means 3 years journey, of course, we initiated CSR as not a part of mandatory CSR because that anyway comes when the organization grows like that. But to us, it's always how to really support the community in and around our areas of operations. And we generally, being a renewable IPP, operate in remote villages where of course we had our projects, and we presently operate on around 12 different states across country. So we initiated this program called Together Towards Tomorrow, and the focus and the theme of this entire program is simply means that together we want to grow along with the community over there so that we can have a better tomorrow. So this is what the overall theme, how this program is designed. And the focus area what we in fact undertook is, one is that how we provide access to quality education, how to enhance skill development and provide employment. At the same time means if we can support people in reducing hunger and the poverty or like that. So first and foremost, when we talk about quality education, so we had worked in some of the areas like Telangana, MP, Punjab in providing school infrastructure, improving school infrastructure like so providing classrooms, the recreation halls, providing sanitation facilities over there, the drinking water, the RO systems, so that people and the students especially who do not want to really attend the schools only because they do not have these kind of facilities, they will start coming towards the schools and attending these things. The second is as means the COVID struck all of us in March, and then immediate requirement what we held of that how to support the people who are in fact lost their jobs all of a sudden, and there is no way to support, no way to feed them. So we initiated a program in six different states and 6 different locations to feed people over there. We supported around 600 families for their food essential items and health hygiene items to them, and around touched around 300 lives with this program. And third program is, in fact, again, it is coming out of the need of the hour was that migrant laborers when they are going back, and how to first of all support them and how to engage with them while they are going back to their villages. That's foremost important, because at the same time, once you reach over there in the villages where they do not have anything to really do, so they should not get into activities which doesn't support their families or like that. So we run a program in Prayagraj district in Uttar Pradesh, where we started training them and in their skill enhancement. So we provided training to the laborers, to people over there, in fact the migrant laborers over there in their masonry, to enhance their skills, and the electrician trade as well. And then once this training program is over, by that time, then in fact we supported them to get into the jobs as well. So we tracked all this journey of these people, enhancing their skills like that. So these are some of the glimpses of major activities which we have completed this year. And with this opportunity, I would like again to say thanks to Mr. Kumar and his team, who in fact have evaluated us and supported us in taking this journey. Being a very new organization, this award certainly helps us in strengthening our resolve towards meeting our sustainability goals. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, team. Mr. Samir Mathur.
Thank you.
Next organization is WNS Global Services Private Limited. Any representative presented here? WNS Global Services Private Limited, particularly Japtesh Singh. Any representative from the WNS Global Services? Any representative representing WNS Global Services Private Limited? The organization is awarded as Best Digital Education Program 2021. The BPM sector, the company has set up 214 computer literacy centers across India. 120 digital learning centers have been set up in the schools and providing digital version of curriculum in English and local languages. It is providing free access to the web-based open source to students, providing education on cyber threats to more than 10,000 students, and providing e-mentoring to interact with the company's leader through email. And the program is empowering the rural students. So we invite WNS Global Services to receive the honor. Anyone? So we have a few more awardees And now we will start for the social sector, the NGO and social enterprise. The first award for the social sector goes to Arch Development Foundation. The organization is excellence. We are honoring this organization as excellence in CSR implementation, education, particularly education. The organization has installed STEM related projects which have reached over 1050 plus students through various corporate partnership in 4 states: Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. The major outcomes repeated by the project include reduction in dropout rate to a large extent, increased admission in science streams, increasing in participation and confidence of the student, and increased community participation in the education. I am inviting Mrs. Sonki Shah, founder and CEO of the Arch Foundation, to receive the honor and say a few words.
Thank you, Rusenji, and wow, what a day. I mean, it's such a great learning to hear from so many leaders from the sector, and congratulations to everyone who has received today this award. So first of all, I would like to thank India CSR Network and the jury members for selecting Arch Foundation for excellence in implementing CSR program award. And well, this is a very, very proud moment for us, and we feel privileged to receive this award. So when everybody is just talking about COVID and its impact, the first rule we had in our organization was not to talk about COVID and how devastating it is, but rather start working towards addressing the issues that has resulted due to the pandemic. Yeah, of course, we had many challenges and problems, and everybody has kind of shared their struggle with the pandemic and the way they have overcome the challenges to implement their programs. So did we. We also did the same thing. We had a new blended approach and sheer determination to reach out to more and more students, and where we are glad that we could reach out to the students who had no access to online learning and were engaged in different economic activities to support their families financially. And we have ensured their safe return to schools when the school reopened. So this award definitely belongs to all the valuable and dedicated team members who have worked day in and day out to ensure every life we touch has a larger positive impact on their life. Here, I would especially like to thank our partner organization who believed in us and gave us continuous support, that which motivated us to work harder to give them the best services in our capacity. The entire journey was a learning experience for us, and with this award, we are more energized and charged up to take up new and challenging projects which would work in the benefit of community at large. So thank you very much, CSR Network, and thank you, Rusenji, Apresh, for all your support and guidance throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sonki Sa, for your great words. So now I'm inviting a very innovative organization, that is Cricket Association for the Blind of Maharashtra. I invite Ramakant Satam to receive the honor. We are honoring this organization as Best Sports Development Program for 2020, the corporate partnership. The organization is very different kind of, and the organization has assisted blind and visually impaired individuals in social, physical, and personality development through cricket. So this is great example of the empowering visually impaired through sports development. During the year 2019 and 20, 1078 players benefited, 213 match played, and 11 players from Maharashtra represented India team at the international level. Nine matches of second T20 World Cup in Mumbai and Pune organized. So I'm inviting Mr. Ramakant Satam to say a few words on his uh, innovation and the journey that is going on. Mr. Ramakant.
Hello.
Please unmute.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we are able to.
Yeah. First of all, I'll thank India CSR, Rusen Kumarji and jury panel on behalf of our Cricket Association for the Blind of Maharashtra for recognition and appreciation of our association work. Normally in the year, we are targeting more than 1,500 visually impaired, that is blind players. And through our CSR project, which supported by Sony Pictures Networks India Private Limited, we are doing the various training and selection camps, talent and program, and we are reaching to the very rural area, and we are giving the training to these blinds, providing cricket kits and these sports fields. Blind cricket, we are divided into three sectors, that is men, women, and especially school children. So in school children, we are also taking the seminars on school teachers to give them the guide, all these things. We are also supporting during the rainy season, these all players, they are away from the ground. So we are attending all, arranging in every district the special personality development program, which give information to the blind players in government schemes, then health, fitness, in all these aspects. We are also looking for that. And we are proud to say that India has won the 5 international tournaments in last, and India is the topmost. And our 2 last years, 2 World Cup was held. So our 2 Maharashtra players has played in that team. So with this India CSR award, our inspiration and motivation has reached, and we have whatever responsibility you have given now is we will fulfill to reach the visual impaired in each and every corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakant, for great contribution in the development of the sports, especially empowering the visually impaired. So I'm inviting the next organization, that is Vision Spring. I'm inviting the company representative and the India head, Mr. Anshu. Yeah, we welcome Mr. Anshu Taneja. So we are honoring this organization as best social organization for eye care in India for the year 2021 under the Carpet Partnership. So the organization has distributed 1 million eyeglasses and touched 2.7 million lives by eye screening. In the year 2021, in the midst of the pandemic, Vision Spring touched 6 lakh lives with more than 3 lakh 50,000 with eyeglasses and more than 2 lakh 15,000 people with COVID-19 essential commodities like mask, food and hygiene kits and PPE. I know on these words, I'm inviting the Mr. Anshu Taneja for say few words on the his contribution to the humanity.
Thank you so much, Rusenji and Peshji, for honoring Vision Spring with this award. which I humbly collect on behalf of my team members. It's not easy to leave your homes when the lockdown was going on, to leave your families, travel around the country, and serve people. But that's exactly what our team did. Last year, we touched more than 1.4 million people with glasses and COVID 19 essential commodities and PPE. And this year, we are on track to cross more than 2 million lives touched across the country. It's a Herculean effort by the team. We've, as I had also mentioned in the panel a few hours back, that we've lost a lot of time as social organizations. A lot of causes have suffered. Hopefully, this award would motivate and inspire not just all of us, but also give us a platform to create more awareness of the cause. While COVID remains extremely important and urgent, many of these causes, like the gift of clear vision through glasses, should also be taken up very, very strongly by different partners, by the government of India, who've all supported us throughout this period. But I think it's important to take this up with renewed vigor so that we can cover up for lost time and touch many more lives. I would also like to thank my colleague Manisha, who's on the call late on a Saturday evening and has been a key member of our team and helped us reach millions over the last few years and millions of people in the future. So thank you, Manisha, for staying up and receiving this award with me. And thank you again, India CSR, for a wonderful initiative, and I think for being a leading voice of the CSR and social sector in the country. Thank you.
Aparesh ji, can you connect Shivani Kashyap?
Can you hear me, bhai?
Yes, please. Yes, please. So we have covered all the organization, and can we connect Shivani? She's there.
Shivani, are you there? No, I guess she left.
Okay. So you can give the thank you remarks.
What should I say? 3 days have been very crazy with so many eminent people joining us. I am overwhelmed, and I should thank each and everyone who could make it to the event, who could watch live, who supported us, who handholded us, and who appreciated us for the work that we have done so far. For the last 10 years or more, we have served the country with the stories of change that the corporate world along with the leaders from the civil society organizations and individuals are making, we are trying to do more and more with each year coming by. Last year has posed a tremendous challenge for the country, for the humanity, for every one of us. This CSR Leadership Summit and the CSR India CSR Awards was to discuss, deliberate on how to fight the pandemic, how to build resilient society to fight the pandemic, as well as to celebrate the achievement of the leaders and the corporates and the other organizations who have helped those affected by the pandemic. I would thank Mr. Hussain Kumar, my colleague and the founder of India CSR, to have spearheaded this program, along with the organizing committee member, starting from Mr. Khandelwal, Ms. Simi Mishra, Mr. Sujay Jha, Mr. Upendra Sontake, Dr. Rana Singh, and many others, and last but not the least, our designer, Mr. Dulan. I would thank all the speakers. Naming them would take a long time because we had more than 50 speakers. Each one of you have done tremendous job of disseminating the knowledge, the experience that you have to be replicated elsewhere in the country. I would thank the participants who could make it despite their busy schedule. We know we are into this celebratory mood, in particularly in the festival of harvest, right from North India, where we have Makar Sankranti, to South, where we have Pongal and Onam. Thank you very much, and together we could make a better world. I would apologize on behalf of India CSR if we have offended anyone, if we have not lived up to our promises, but we hope to do better next year. We would serve you better. We would serve the community, CSR community, social impact community, and the country as a whole in the years to come. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
So on these words, the India CSR and Awards the concludes. Thank you so much, and good night to all.
Thank you. God bless.
We will meet in another forum. Thank you so much.